Good morning, Samir. Can you give us a sound check, please?
Morning, Darren. Check, 1, 2, 3.
Will you be presenting your own presentation?
We can share it, but I think the clerk has it. So.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you've got the correct version. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Brett Lacy. Can you give us a sound check this morning?
How are you?
Thank you very much. Morning and welcome to the recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is March 17th. It is approximately 10:04 a.m. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Chairman Rob Pitt,
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman,
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis,
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris,
Present.
Vice Chair Natalie Hall,
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise wherever you are for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and power upon these proceedings. We pray now your blessing upon our leaders. Give them your wisdom and your guidance. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0182, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed for separate consideration as requested by Vice Chair Hall. On page 4, 21-0192, ratification of the February 2021 grants activity report.
That's it. Anything else, commissioners, from the consent agenda? If not, I entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item requested to be added to today's recess meeting agenda on the bottom of the add-on memo, sponsored by Commissioner Morris. 21-02.
Is this an emergency?
It was.
Let me address that if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
As you know, when this commission approved the extension of the West Side TAD in 2008, it provided that any use of any West Side TAD funds after December 31st of 2018 had to be approved by this commission. This is a minor item. It is probably technically not an emergency, but we thought that the law department was going to make sure this got on the agenda. It did not. It is a grant for $75,000 to a nonprofit in English Avenue to deal with workforce readiness training and job placement. And because of our calendar with 5 Wednesdays in March, if we don't do it today, it won't get approved until April 7th, which is a long time for this nonprofit to wait for this money. So I would ask that in view of the calendar issue and its need, this nonprofit's need for this funding right away, that we go ahead and add it to the agenda.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I would so move that we add it to the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. This is a supermajority of 5 affirmative votes. Madam Clerk? Actually, me, right?
Vote is open.
All right, Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the
Thank
motion
you.
passes unanimously.
Thank you.
On page 6,
Oh, by the way, before I forget, we will have a hard stop, Mr. Manager. This is more for you and your team.
Yes, sir.
At 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Continue, Madam Clerk.
okay, on page 6, recess meeting agenda, 21-0202, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to be removed from today's agenda on page 9, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, 21-0222, request approval of a resolution in support of voters' rights, equal access to the ballot and stopping Jim Crow voter suppression.
Any other items on the agenda? Any adjustments? If not,
Mr. Chairman, I'll move we approve the agenda with those 2 changes.
Second.
all right, properly moved and seconded. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0203, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, February 17th, 2021, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, March 3rd, special call meeting post-agenda minutes, March 5th, 2021.
What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
I'll second. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Sorry, I was muted with my yes.
all right, Commissioner Harrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously. There are no presentations of proclamations today. Continuing on page 6, public hearings. 21-0205, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment registered online to join the public comment portion of the Zoom call or can submit public comment in by email or by filling out the form located on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. Public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes.
All right, how many do we have?
We have in excess of 24 of these that were submitted online, sir.
Did you say 24?
That's correct. Approximately 30 of these submitted online.
Okay.
Some are very short, some are longer.
All right, on the longer ones, as you know, we have 30 seconds left. I'll say 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir. The first of these is from Reverend Shannon Jones of Atlanta. I am Reverend Shannon Jones, president of Concerned Black Clergy of Metropolitan Atlanta. I write to ask, despite Commissioner Bob Ellis's resolution to strip this august body of its authority to oversee the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections actions, you should not vote to limit your governing power. As elected commissioners, you are our representatives. Your vote should reflect our voice, and our voice should not be rendered to the wiles of an appointed body. Your voice must remain with the elected body of which we voted to represent our issues and concerns. Next, in regards to the federal funding that is coming to Fulton County, please remember that several vetted organizations are serving the needs of Fulton County residents every day. That funding should flow to and through the organizations that are on the front line serving the real needs of underserved Fulton residents. It should also go to raising the pay of Fulton County employees. They have been awesome in delivering services through the COVID-19 pandemic. Such funding should go to summer employment programs and summer youth programs. This would directly affect the vastly proliferating issues of youth-centered crime and violence in our county. Lastly, the $200+ million in federal funding should offer expansive mortgage and rental assistance and offer financial assistance to small businesses. Let's do what's just and equitable in Fulton County. It's up to you, our commissioners, to serve Fulton County with righteous integrity and not for personal political gain. For this, we would thank you, and for this, would retain our votes. Thank you for your earnest consideration of these requests. May God bless you and all of Fulton County.
Public comment by Rodney J. Littles. Comment: I am a resident of the city of South Fulton and a 2018 graduate of the Fulton County Citizens University. We were taught in class that the county staff is charged with providing services to the public that have a positive impact on the citizens' lives. To improve the quality of life, deliver these services efficiently and cost effectively. The chair told us that the county is a big deal. Are you living up to this oath? Myself, along with political leaders in the South Fulton County region cities, have met, and we all agree that it would be a dereliction of your oath of office as county elected officials to reject the stimulus funds of $200 million. Our group represents a population of over 300,000 people who should not be fearful of your actions on their behalf that would attempt to suppress the right to vote of its citizens. We also agree as a group that you should not support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to gut the operations of the Elections Board. We support Commissioner Arrington's resolution to remain the process that keeps the final ratification of hiring and firing with the county commission. I leave you with a quote from the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy.
Next public comment from Donna Renfro Lawson. God morning, elected, selected, and rejected engaged listeners. We're experiencing some disconnected management in our library services that adversely affects our community and tampers with the intellectual well-being of staff and patrons. Deprivation of access to information is another way to describe the matter. The understanding is that the Library Board of Trustees, chaired by Commissioner Marvin Arrington's appointee, Mr. Darren Ship Joyner, is to represent the voices and input of the citizens. How can he do this when he does not respond? My needs are important. Previously, I reported that the executive director, Gail Hunter Holloman, has betrayed the board by withholding information. The official approved minutes are open to everyone for reading. Library services are serious and well-funded. Hence, the $29+ million provided to the department for the expenditure of 1 million+ residents of our county and others. Yet, Dr. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer, does not reply as expected. nor does she designate someone to communicate on her behalf, according to my notations. What is right with this management technique? Kimberly Snoddy George is the library manager. She does not reply. Is she employed with FCLS? She has a job duty of responding to open records request inquiries. Deputy Attorney Stephen Rosenberg can verify that he cannot explain, record content, or explanatory notes in library documentation. I have privacy and confidentiality concerns with my library records, and I feel that other library patrons might be unaware of what could possibly be in their files. There are official Georgia codes of Georgia pertaining to library services and guidelines that seemingly are being overlooked and or violated. Commissioner Pitts, your input is needed immediately. Linda Jordan is your representative. How the constituents contact her with library concerns. Commissioner Arrington, your chief of staff, Georgia Simmons, and community engagement representative, Mitza Henry, have been asked to assist. Their ability to respond is in urgent need of your support. Our libraries are in a foul play situation and the community is suffering due to deprived access for information. The mission of the library is work. However, I believe it can be restored. We need to rebuild the model. The people are waiting on the elected commissioners to be proactive with their library services.
Public comment by Brandon Tong. Commissioners, good morning. Chairman Pitts, let me thank you personally before I start. You may not remember me, but I worked to help you get elected. And you definitely know how to throw a heck of a victory party we had in Buckhead on Paces Ferry with your family, Harriet, Thomas, and friends. You told me that night if I ever needed anything, just to give you a call. Today, Mr. Chairman, I am making that call and I hope you will answer. That said, I do greet all of your colleagues, including my commissioner, Natalie Hall, who represents my neighborhood in the historic West End. My name is Brandon Tong. I am a Morehouse and Clark Atlanta graduate and have owned Lemonade Events production for a decade. And my business was impacted by the pandemic. I do want to thank Commissioner Khadijah for visiting me last weekend to learn how my special events company is suffering. I had to furlough bartenders, wait staff, florists, photographers, and others last year. You see, with no events, there are no customers, and no customers meant no revenue for my sustaining amount. For example, one of the private Metro Atlanta colleges, a client we did like $20,000 in business in 2019. But last year, less than $700 with that client. I say all of this to say that, Mr. Chairman, I want us to have some more victory parties, but we cannot do that without a little help from our government. Today, you all can start that process by accepting the American Rescue Acts Fund targeted for Fulton County. And it's not just my company, but hundreds of other small businesses in Fulton County that need help. My dad, for example, owns a small company in Buckhead. He employs people too, but had to let them go. If we had just a little help from the $200 million of our tax money we sent to Washington, that would help us rebound in a big way. Please note and adopt the resolution the commissioner has brought forward and accept and start the process to use the American Rescue dollars. Thank you for your time.
Public comment by Brian Weaver. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to my Commissioner Liz Hausman and to all fellow commissioners. I am Council Member Brian Weaver of the City of Johns Creek. I'm a retired Fulton County police officer with more than 26 years of service here before joining the Johns Creek Police Department and retiring as a major, second in command, before winning a seat on our city council. I come today to enthusiastically support and urge your unanimous passage of the resolution to accept the money coming to our county from the American Rescue Plan signed by President Biden last week. As elected officials, I know that you know that every dollar matters when we should send our hard-earned taxpayer dollars to Washington. It's nice to get some of that money back to help us here at home. I have people in Johns Creek who have been hit hard by the pandemic, both health-wise and economically. The money coming to the county will be an economic shot in the arm, just much as a vaccine is a shot in the arm to fight the pandemic. Money in the pocket, shot in the arm, per President Biden. Our city will also receive federal funds from the rescue plan, but in Johns Creek, we still pay county taxes too. So again, I ask that all of you, all commissioners, to unanimously support the resolution before you today that will accept these federal dollars. And I ask you to put them to good use to not only help my constituents, but everyone who lives and works in Fulton County. God bless you and thank you so much.
Public comment, Andrew Hemming. Commissioners, good morning, especially to my Commissioner Lee Mars and Chairman Rob Pitts, who represent the area in which my business is located. My name is Andrew Hemmings, and I have been a longtime taxpayer in Fulton County, and I own Jeannie's Body Tech Gym and Fitness Center. We have been in Buckhead since 1987. However, the pandemic forced us to drastically reduce hours and cut staff and our payroll. Our income diminished, but the rent and other bills did not. Because clientele was reduced, our income was shot, and we have barely been able to keep our doors open. I am writing today because I cannot join you live. I am asking and pleading that Commissioner Morris, Pitts, and the rest of you worthy officials approve the resolution to support and accept the American Rescue Act funds earmarked for this county. A grant from the county to small businesses like mine will be the financial shot in the arm we need to make it through the pandemic. I understand that you may be considering home mortgage help, summer jobs for our kids, and art funding too. These are great ideas, and I hope you will be able to really provide some real help to those who need it. Best of luck. God bless you in your deliberations, and please, if you do nothing else today, pass this resolution. We need the help to stay open and get back to normal life. Thank you for your time, and thanks for listening.
Public comment by John Funny of Alpharetta. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to my Commissioner Lee Morris, who represents the district in which my business is located in Buckhead, and to all of you who serve as our commissioners, good morning. My name is John J. Funny. I am the owner of Grice Consulting Group, a longtime civil transportation engineering firm. The last time I was with you, you all presented me and my fraternity with a proclamation for Alpha Phi Alpha Day in Fulton County. Today, however, I'm here to simply ask you to adopt and approve the resolution to support and accept the federal rescue dollars from the recent bill signed into law by President Biden. Small businesses like mine were impacted by the pandemic. Any relief that you can provide us from the millions of dollars Fulton is about to receive from the federal government is greatly needed and will be appreciated.
Public comment, Ursula Tate of Alpharetta. I am against current voter suppression activities in Georgia and do not support changes given the Fulton County Commission power to hire and fire the Elections Board Director of Operations.
Public comment by Maggie Goldman. We have checks and balances for a reason, and as the commission manages the budget for the elections department, the commission should maintain approval over their director.
Public comment, Terry Crawford of Roswell. The authority of the BOE board to make recommendations to the county commission on the director of the BOE should stay as it currently is. There is no reason to make any change and cut the legs out from under the BOE board in its responsibility.
Public comment by Helen Vance of South Fulton. My name is Helen Vance, a resident of Fulton County, City of South Fulton, Old National East Subdivision, District 6. I'm here to say two things. One, I support the plan to accept the federal rescue plan money signed by President Biden last week. I know Fulton is about to get $200 million, and we definitely should accept that relief and help our homeowners from foreclosure and also our renters too. Plus, let's give our county staff a raise, help out our mom and pop businesses, and give our kids a summer jobs program to keep them out of trouble and off the street. Second, no voter suppression. Please reject Commissioner Ellis's resolution and support Commissioner Arrington's resolution to keep the county commission as the final say as who is in charge of the elections office. You should not give up that authority. We elected you all. We don't elect the registration and elections board. They recommend, but we expect you all to decide on who is hired or fired to run the county's elections. Thank you.
Public comment, Eric Thomas of Atlanta. Good morning, members of the Fulton County Commission. I am submitting this comment in support of the resolution supporting and promoting Georgia Medicaid to provide resources for heart transplants for all residents of the state of Georgia. I received a heart transplant 16 months ago, and my quality of life has changed drastically. Unfortunately, so many other Georgians cannot enjoy this due to their insurance. I was truly benefited by my heart transplant, and I want others to be benefited as well.
Public comment by Bridget Thorne of Alpharetta. I listened in on the Board of Registration and Elections meeting last week. It was incredibly awkward that they were forced to work with Elections Director Richard Barron, who they had fired. Barron presented a plan for improvements. He did not have any of their input for this plan. You, the Fulton County Commissioners, have rendered the Fulton Board of Registration and Elections practically useless. It was clearly evident that Richard Barron will not work with them. He will do his own thing and simply represent to them what he is doing. After all, he has job security that was granted to him from this partisan board. The running of our elections should never be partisan. You have a 600+ page agenda packet today with everything from toilet debates to HIV funding. Now you are going to deem yourselves experts on running our elections too. Ms. Hall have sent emails to your office to request the facts that your decision is based on. I have not heard back. I thought you were sincere when you said anyone could request these facts. Facts are that the voter may not have experienced long lines and broken equipment, but their vote was poorly handled and in some cases not counted. The process of securing the vote was broken. I have watched as a happy faces temp, who was a former airport bartender from Lithonia, who was a former airport bartender from Lithonia, be in charge of the mishandling of 40,000 plus ballots from early voting in State Farm Arena. Ballots were found the next day in the warehouse. We couldn't determine if they were real or tests, so we canceled them. Ralph Jones' team was still counting ballots 10 days after the election. The actual November ballot counts were 528,035, then 528,777,
15 seconds.
then 527,925. Barron said they just lost a few here or there. Oh, well, close enough. It was barely certified. On the January 5th election, they failed to upload the results of two Milton precincts.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Public comment, Sarah Pedro. I support the Board of Elections having the sole power to terminate election officials, such as the director, who they recently terminated. It is not fair that the Board of Commissioners, who do not manage the activities of these personnel, would turn over the will of the Board of Elections. I support Bob Ellis's position on this matter.
Public comment by Jill Wright of Milton. I'm writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution giving the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections the ultimate authority to terminate the Director of Elections. They are the officials who work closely with the director and have the firsthand knowledge of the director's abilities and actions with regard to his role.
Public comment, Barbara McKee of the City of South Fulton County Government. I am Barbara McKee, a resident of Fulton County. I am here to say two things. One, I support the plan to accept the Federal Rescue Plan money signed by President Biden last week. I know Fulton is to get about $200 million, and we definitely would accept that relief and help our homeowners from foreclosure and also renters too. Plus, let's give our county staff a raise, help out our mom and pop small businesses, and give our kids a summer job program to keep them out of trouble and off the street. Second, no voter suppression. Please reject Commissioner Ellis's resolution and support Commissioner Arrington's resolution to keep the county commission as the final say on who is in charge of the elections office. You should not give up that authority. We elected you all. We don't elect the Registration and Elections Board. They recommend, but we accept you all to decide and who is to hire and fired to run the county's elections. Thank you.
Public comment by Christy McCrane of Roswell. The Board of Registration and Elections fired the director. The Board of Commissioners under Rob Pitts overstepped their boundaries and overturned their decision. It should be the ultimate authority of the Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections. I support Bob Ellis's resolution to honor the Elections Board having the authority.
Public comment, Cassandra Kirk, Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County. Dear honorable members of the Board of Commission, thank you for accepting written comments in lieu of my presence. I write and support Vice Chair Hall in resubmitting the resolution that will clarify our landlord-tenant documents. And I thank the honorable members of this Board of Commissions for your insight and courage in putting forth a resolution that will aid the landlords and tenants of Fulton County. Not all the annual 45,000 landlord-tenant filings in magistrate court result in an eviction. This legislation allows a true picture of the applicants and an opportunity for financial relief in appropriate situations. I look forward to providing additional support and suggestions as we continue to lead in Fulton County. Respectfully submitted.
Public comment by Robert Pedro of Alpharetta. It should be the ultimate authority of the Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire their Director of Elections. We are fully supporting Bob Ellis's resolution to honor the Elections Board having the authority.
Public comment, Cynthia Qualtier of Milton. Good morning. I am a resident of Fulton County, and the Board of Elections must be given the power to terminate Mr. Barron due to his lack of performance and the number of malicious acts permitted under his watch. I am a victim of voter suppression because I voted in the presidential election, and the Fulton County elections no longer shows me as having voted or as a registered voter. I have my voter registration card, but my vote did not count. I never could have imagined the amount of election tampering that was allowed under his watch. Elections must have integrity and be fair to all who are registered to vote. Thank you.
Public comment by Thomas Bose of Alpharetta. I support the resolution giving the Board of Registration and Elections power to terminate. The Board of Commissioners should not be allowed to override the Board of Elections as they did in the firing of Richard Barron. No other county in the state allows this. Fulton County should not either. It only further propagates the notion that Fulton County is corrupt. Approving this resolution will help dispel that perception. I urge you to strongly support the resolution giving the Board of Registration and Elections power to terminate. Thank you.
Public comment, Sheila Hamilton. Greetings, commissioners. First, I wish to thank Commissioner Rahman for her leadership as my commissioner. I'm always excited when a woman is in leadership. As I am virtually attending the 65th United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, March 14th through 16th in New York, joining 25,000 women and a few men, I feel especially empowered today as a woman and an activist. As such, I send concerns today about the ways that Fulton County addresses issues that affect women and girls in Fulton County, such as awarding of contracts, safety and health disparities, such as are bus stops adequately lighted? Are the needs of seniors, especially women, being met? Are rural needs of women and girls being adequately met in Fulton County? Just to name a few concerns. I'm sorry. Last, on another topic, what is being done about Fulton County Tax Commissioner Arthur Ferdinand's supplemental salary through fees he is paid to collect taxes, resulting in his being the highest paid tax commissioner in Georgia at approximately $250,000. What answers does this commission have? The WSB special Monday night that aired on March 15, 2021 by Justin Gray, where an Alpharetta homeowner was auctioned on the courthouse steps. The homeowner's unpaid tax bill of $1,600 was sold to Investor Services by Ferdinand's office. Although it is a homeowner's responsibility to keep up with taxes due, there must be a better system of notifying a homeowner when this transaction takes place. Ferdinand's office is notorious for not notifying homeowners when these transactions occur, and also for changing homeowner records without approval when an address change occurs, resulting in taxes being increased. Result a lien placed on the home with additional taxes due. I was a victim of this practice when I changed my address to my daughter's mailing address in another county due to mail problems. Result, increased taxes without notification with a lien placed on my house. I found out when applying for a bank loan. Liens from tax offices have since been removed from credit bureau reports due to these unethical practices. Ferdinand's office needs more accountability by this commission and some house cleaning.
Public comment by Mark Wright of Milton. Greetings, commissioners. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Lee Hills of Roswell. Good morning, commissioners. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board to hire and fire the Director of Elections, not the Board of Commissioners.
Public comment by Shelby Bose of Alpharetta. Please support the resolution giving the Board of Registration and Elections the power to terminate. The Board of Commissioners should not be allowed to override the Board of Elections as they did in the firing of Richard Barron. No other county in the state allows this. Fulton County shouldn't either. It only supports the impression that Fulton County is corrupt. Approving this resolution will help. I urge you to strongly support the resolution giving the Board of Registration and Elections power to terminate. Thank you.
Public comment by Elizabeth Wash of Roswell. Comment, the Elections Board should have ultimate authority to fire their officials, employees, including the Director of Elections, not the Board of Commissioners. I am supporting Bob Ellis's resolution to honor the Elections Board having the authority. Public comment by Katrina Hattrack. Greetings, Commissioners. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Sherry Gavin of Milton. I support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Pamela Weatherby of Roswell. Greetings, Commissioners. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Paul McCrane of Roswell. I would like the Board of Registration and Elections to have the power to terminate election officials. The Board of Commissioners should not be allowed to override the Board of Elections.
Public comment by Melissa Jackson of Milton. Good morning. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Carrie Hines of Roswell. Greetings, Commissioners. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections. The Board of Commissioners should not be allowed to override the Board of Elections. No other county in the state allows this. Fulton County should not either. Public comment by Joan Housley of Canton. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections. Have a wonderful day, and thanks in advance for supporting your constituents.
Public comment by Melissa Brown of Roswell. Greeting, Commissioners. I am writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the Fulton County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Alex Fink. Greetings, Commissioners. I'm writing to support Commissioner Ellis's resolution to grant ultimate authority to the County Registration and Elections Board, not the Board of Commissioners, to hire and fire the Director of Elections.
Public comment by Jill Lindsay. Good morning, Commissioners. I, Jill Lindsay, a resident of Fulton County, I support the resolution to keep the Commission's oversight role when it comes to the actions of the Elections Office. Please continue to do this. We don't need no voter suppression, and taking away your oversight role is nothing but voter suppression. On the new federal rescue money, I want to add my voice to say, please vote yes on accepting and using the federal money. We need the help now for the people to stay in our homes, keep our small businesses open, and young people who need summer jobs and put food on the table. Thank you.
That would be the final of the one submitted via email.
Thank you. How many more?
Mr. Chairman, we have 5 attendees that raised their hand.
Okay.
Sheila Hamilton.
Ms. Hamilton?
Mine was read already.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Mr. Chair, we have next Myra Ray.
Myra Ray.
All right. Next, we have Eric Richardson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Eric Richardson. I am the Vice Chair for Political Direction for the Fulton County Democratic Party. I agree with my colleagues in South Fulton that you need to retain the right to hire and fire and oversee the Board of Elections. I also ask that you accept the federal funds from the CARE Act. The cities of South Fulton, all included, took a big hit last year when you rejected funds from Washington and we went through a pandemic. We need your support in accepting those funds to keep the South region alive. I support Commissioner Arrington's resolution and reject that of Commissioner Ellis. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Chairman, we have Mr. Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, commissioners, and greetings also to you citizens and voters of Fulton County who are watching and or listening to your county government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. My comments again today fall into two areas. First, the Commission on Elder Affairs met on the second Friday of this month, March 12th, but due to a lack of a quorum, was unable to discuss matters like agenda item 21-0216 regarding the distribution of the $5.3 million for community service programs. Permit me to suggest that until the Council on Aging restructuring has been completed, that the Commission on Elder Affairs bylaws be changed to allow for one representative from each of the 4 senior multi-purpose facilities. Secondly, in light of the comprehensive restructuring of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections, with Alex Wan at the helm, I suggest we move on. This can be done expeditiously by rejecting Ordinance 21-0219, challenging this commission's authority over the lone board, and by adopting Ordinance 21-0220 and Ordinance 21-0222, which both support the rights of Fulton County voters. May we all have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next, we have John J. Funny.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to the commissioners here this morning. My comment was read in the record already, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm here live and I was prepared to read it, but my comment has been read already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funny.
Next, we have Brandon Tung.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. My comment was also read live. I just wanted to put it on record that I was here in person today.
Thank you. And once again, we'll try Myra Ray. So ends the public comments.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Madam Clerk, continue.
Bottom of page 6, 21-0206, police, alcohol beverage license, public hearing and request approval of a license application submitted by Giselle Wine LLC for the manufacture and wholesale of wine located at 4460 Commerce Circle, Unit C, Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, this is the public hearing.
Yes.
All right, anyone to speak on the public hearing? Anyone to speak? What?
Vice Chair has a hand up.
Commissioner Hall? Anyone from the public to speak?
I'm sorry, I don't know how my hand got raised.
Okay, anyone from the public to speak?
Mr. Chair, we can ask them to raise their hand if they would like to be called upon. We don't have anybody that raised their hand, so.
All right, so no one present to speak on this matter. So I will close the public hearing.
We need a vote.
To approve?
Yes, sir.
All right, the request is for approval. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a second? I'll second. Let's vote, please. Houseman?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Harry? Abdul Rahman? I vote yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, please.
On page 7, 21-0207, MARTA quarterly briefing.
Mr. Parker? Mr. Parker? Ms. Mullins?
I'm here. Can you hear me now, Chairman?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Just turn my video on. I will. I have a brief presentation. We'll move through quickly. I know you mentioned that you have a hard stop. First, there's a presentation that I believe your staff has. I'd like to recognize, while that's being brought up, members of the MARTA board from Fulton County, Frida Hartage, Al Pond, and Stacy Blakely, and thank them for their support of both me personally and MARTA and Fulton County. Is that presentation?
Do you have, hold on, Mr. Parker, do we have the presentation?
We're working on bringing it up now, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Continue, Mr. Parker.
I'm going to move along as that's coming up, if that's all right. Like to our agenda items, I'm going to present 4 of them, and then colleague Greenwood, my deputy general manager, is going to talk about our bus network redesign. I want to review where we are with our essential bus service, the MARTA 2040 program, partnerships that we have with Fulton County, as well as the federal outlook. Critical to our service is the essential bus service that we've implemented, and we're keenly aware of the feedback that elected officials in their jurisdictions have been getting about this, concerning how constituents have been affected by the suspension of several bus routes. And I want to reiterate a few points. And specifically, we've been undertaking a substantial effort. And if you could go right to page slide 4, that would be great. We've been implementing several safety measures to make sure that we can maintain a safe and sustainable system. We've implemented new filtration system in our buses, put protective shields for our operators like you see in retail space. We have a pretty significant regimen around cleaning using electrostatic sprayers. And we're also glad to report that we have a very high compliance rate with masks and are making those masks available on all of our buses. We're finalizing the installation of a system called the needlepoint bipolar ionization system that is used in hospitals to create a safer air environment. And with all of these programs put together, we're defining this as our Breathe Easy program, and it puts us in a position to allow additional capacity in the on the system. So we're planning on restoring all bus routes on April 24th, which is a Saturday, all 120 bus routes. We're currently building the public timetables, and those will be shared with our jurisdictional partners as well as the general public in early April. And we're committed to institute the service that we had to suspend. So next slide. A quick update on our MARTA 2040 program. Next slide, please. You're well aware, and I've spoken a lot about our expansion plans. We've had several meetings with leaders here in Fulton County, as well as mayors and within Fulton County, both North and South Fulton. These are some of the funding opportunities that we've been talking about in those meetings. I won't go over them in any detail here unless there are questions, but I do want to reiterate that MARTA is committed to working with, the county as well as the mayors in South and North Fulton to try and advance these important projects. And we continue to look for funding solutions to make sure that we can implement this important Fulton County Transit Master Plan. Next slide, please. Important environmental effort. We've announced that working with College Park and Mayor Motley Broom, and the Conservation Fund, we will be selling a parcel of land within the next 2 months and expect a board action. And this will open up the headwaters of the Flint River on property that MARTA owns and be able to turn this into a park space. It's really designed as a retention area for us at this point, and we're looking forward to giving the public access to this important riverway, the Flint River. Next slide, please. I have a video that I'm going to skip, but we've undergone a significant track renovation project. It was successfully implemented. This video is available on social media. It was a significant effort. I talked about this at several meetings where we were replacing track in between north of Lindbergh Station. We have several other projects that will happen over years to come. And I'm just happy to report that we had a very, very successful operation where we were moving customers on buses while we suspended track service for 5 days. And I'd like to thank all of the customers as well as the MARTA staff who made this a real success. Next slide. I'd like to talk about where we are and what efforts MARTA is undertaking to support the express bus lanes along 285. So next slide, please. We're working collaboratively with the stakeholders along 285, the counties as well as the mayors and the ATL to do some planning efforts that will support transit investment along the GDOT's managed lane project. MARTA has taken responsibility for doing the planning effort on the east wall, and the ATL is leading the effort on the west wall as well as the top end. So this is being done collaboratively, and more to come on this as we roll out our study. And the next slide provides some updates. Next slide, please. This is a time frame. In the middle, you see the actions that MARTA is undertaking on the east wall, putting together some concepts, and we really want to be able to put ourselves in a position that as GDOT is advancing their project and their critical path schedule is listed below, that we're able to feed in the information and make sure that we have a coordinated effort between MARTA, the ATL, and key stakeholders in GDOT so we can advance this project. We clearly, like many projects, have some funding limitations, but nevertheless, we do need to make sure that we're adequately advancing the planning aspects of the project so we can be prepared for future implementation. Next slide, please. Some partnerships that we've been implementing. Next slide. The Fulton WorkSource Fulton partnership has been an ongoing effort where the WorkSource Fulton van is at College Park Station, and this will begin in April, and we're making sure that we're out providing some outreach to customers who are using our system and being able to access career services that the county's provided. So next slide, please. And also, I think you're aware, the state of Georgia has implemented a mass vaccination site at the Delta Museum. We are coordinating with the state and the museum to make sure that we can provide a shuttle bus between College Park Station and the museum so that those individuals who don't have access to automobiles can access this mass vaccination site. Although most of the vaccinations will be done through automobiles, the state is setting up a system so people can reserve vaccinations through walk-up, and MARTA will be the best access point for those who don't have automobiles. Next slide, please. Federal update. Next slide. We all recognize that with a new administration comes new priorities. The Biden administration has expressed an emphasis on resiliency and focusing on infrastructure investment as a mechanism to recovery. We do have a new Secretary of Transportation, former elected official, as you all know, and then acting Administrator Noria Fernandez, a former colleague of mine, ran a transit agency on the West Coast, when I consider a friend, is running the FTA. Key points is, we have been successful. The transit industry and the region of MARTA have been successful with additional COVID relief. There's a clear focus on additional transportation reauthorization, which is critically important. and a lot of conversation going on around community project funding, also known as earmarks, that will be submitted by the members of Congress, and we'll work with congressional staff to make sure we participate in that process. So next slide. I'm going to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Cully Greenwood, our Head of Operations, Deputy General Manager. MARTA is beginning to undertake a pretty significant effort to look at and optimize our bus network, and Cully will step us through how we're doing that and what sort of participation will be involved, both representatives from Fulton County as well as the public from Fulton County. So Cully, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jeff, and good morning, Chair Pitts, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioners, and MARTA board members. I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk to you about the bus network redesign, which is part of the MARTA 2040 program to deliver, among other things, faster and more reliable service. This has been a long time coming, and over the past 2 years, we've started to really consolidate the voices calling for a holistic, top-to-bottom review of MARTA's bus network. As a result, we have resolved to procure by 2020 the expertise to design a high-frequency bus network for Atlanta, and also to roll out by 2022 a high-frequency network that maximizes the number of people who live and work within a 15-minute walk of frequent transit stops. We are on track to execute on both of these objectives and have come here today to talk with you about the pending bus network redesign, because MARTA feels it's the right step to take, the right time to take it, and that this kind of transformation has to be holistic, foundational, and functional for all of our service areas. Now more than ever, as we emerge from a very difficult year, top of mind for leadership is what's next for the region. And so it's the right time to talk it over, collect the data, tell the story, and demonstrate that we are responsible stewards of public funds and well capable to execute on next level bus service as part of an overall transformation initiative. It's really not about downsizing or cost cutting, it's about right sizing, a more efficient network that works better for all customers. This is a much needed change for MARTA, and these are critical decisions that we're going to make about frequency, access, coverage, density, and ridership. It calls for early days discussion to avoid any need for last minute decisions. And that's why we're investing a lot of time, energy, and resource into this all important input phase. Next slide, please. And that's why we're partnering with Jarrett Walker and Associates. JWA have been helping agencies, jurisdictions, and decision makers redesign bus networks for over 25 years now, most recently in places like Houston, Sacramento, Miami. Their strength is in helping clients prepare for and engage in the transit conversation. They recognize that in any limited funds transformation environment, there are options to be had and choices that will ultimately have to be made. It's good news in the long run, but done properly, it's difficult and controversial in the beginning. As stakeholders, we will walk through the available choices, the consequences and benefits of each, and will collectively contribute our knowledge, our experience, passion, and sensitivity to our communities and their values. Invited participants to our 8-day core design retreat will include your planning staff, land use, subject matter experts, Atlanta's Transformation Alliance, the Partnership for Southern Equity, and others. Combining this with JWA's international subject matter and technical expertise, along with input from our Riders Advisory Council, MARTA's Accessibility Committee, and other customer and representative groups, further gives us the knowledge and experience for and confidence of a comprehensive conversation. Next slide, please. But before we get there, a bit about the basic premise. We start with the fact that there are only 24 hours in a day. And on that basic platform, everyone can agree. From there, we socially, if not scientifically, acknowledge that that's just never enough time to tackle all the things that we need to do in each day. So we assign a value to the amount of time it takes to access the things we need to do, the people we need to see, the places we need to go to. And it's not just needs, the region is building something here that supports people's wants and aspirations as well. We decide that transit riders' time is valuable, and we acknowledge that we have an impact on the amount of time it takes them to access their wants and needs. We know that inside a given area, if you look at this gray area, I'll just call it a blob for lack of a technical term, but inside the blob are some of the facilities that enable those wants and needs: hospitals, jobs, supplies, social destinations. And we accept that people are not going to consider something a viable option if it just takes too long to get there. So the diameter or the size of the blob becomes important and critical. In a very real sense, your freedom to choose is limited by the things you have access to in a reasonable time frame. Next slide, please. Then we'll walk through the process of visualizing access. We'll use granular data about where, for instance, the jobs are and how many jobs you can get to within a given time frame using transit. Or if you're an employer, how many people can get to you in the same time frame using transit. And this access is extended to hospitals, schools, churches, anything that one might want to leave home for. Next slide, please. We will aggregate the data with the darkest shaded zones having the greatest access to the most useful destinations in a given time frame. And now it starts to inform an important narrative about access to opportunity based on any given social political measure we may have, income distribution, race, political affiliations. Next slide, please. So although there are a number of factors that can impact ridership on a given day, network design is a macro mainstay factor affecting ridership. By making the service more useful, more accessible, more attractive to more people, increasing the size of that blob that we talked about improves freedom. It improves equitable, inclusive economic development, personal choices, and it leverages the work already done inside that service area. Commerce, development, destinations, sidewalks. It allows them to be more valuable because they are now more accessible to more people. Better transit supports walkability, which also leads to development, satisfaction, and social fulfillment. Transit connects people with jobs, services, and other people, and is therefore key to the value and vitality of any region. Next slide, please. Some commonly used terms for the conversation will include frequent service, which is described as maintaining a desired headway of 15 minutes or better, so that the customer will regard the service as being always available or coming soon. Span of service is the service hours, the availability, that is late night, all day, weekends, etc. And as the slide says, the best way to expand access is to provide a frequent, fast, reliable service available to a large number of people and destinations for their benefit. Next slide, please. Density this is simple math. It costs the same to run more access to more people in densely populated areas as it does in sparsely populated areas. Next slide, please. Walkability refers to more than just proximity of destinations. It speaks to connectivity, planning, and safe access on both sides of the street. Next slide, please. The conversation will challenge us to consider whether or not maximum access is what we really want. At first blush, it's clear on this fictional map where you would run your 18 buses for maximum access. And then the conversation will turn on the differing goals. Next slide, please. If ridership is your goal, this high-frequency linear system affords the most access to the most people in this fictional town, but it would underserve the valuable 20 to 30% of your population. Next slide, please. On the other hand, the competing coverage goal says we can run a bus route near everybody's house, but the bus will come likely once an hour, and that actually works for some customers, but it'll not serve as a viable option for most. Next slide, please. These goals push us in very different directions, from the ability to establish a baseline level of access everywhere, leaving no one behind with an expansive but underutilized network, to the ability to dramatically increase ridership and all the benefits that come with it, but with vast areas of transit deserts. Next slide, please. Or somewhere in between. We will seek a value statement from you collectively, a deliberate balance that gives us clear direction. With that clear direction, we will develop two alternatives, two contrasting networks with the public as an active part of the decision-making process. Next slide, please. From fiction to fact, this brings it home. Here at MARTA, we have 540 buses distributed over 110 routes, 20 of which run largely here in Fulton County. Some are more productive than others, and our redesign will address the choices, the trade-offs, and conversations required of your inputs, your constituents, transit consumers, stakeholders. Armed with maps, facts, and figures from our existing conditions report, we will want them to think about the decision and provide feedback to ensure you're not left to decide this in a vacuum. Ultimately, the draft plan will reflect the balance that you choose, and as many people as possible will be aware of and supportive of the outcome. Next slide, please. And finally, this high-level timeline illustrates how we have been and will be spending this incredibly fast year. Today is part of our first round of jurisdictional briefings as we continue to analyze existing conditions leading up to the development of alternatives this spring. Technical workshops will begin March 29th. This is a 2-week series of intensive workshops. Your staff has been invited, designed for planners and engineers who focus on economic development, land use, and transportation, followed by stakeholder engagement, stakeholder workshops, and public meetings late spring, early summer. Our board retreat is planned for July, where board members will be poring over the aforementioned information and feedback and engaging in related discussions and healthy debate. We anticipate board direction later this summer, which will be immediately followed by a series of workshops, a second round of jurisdictional briefings, and public meetings to help develop the draft bus network this fall. By the end of this year, we plan to have held public meetings, public hearings, finalize the network, and obtain board adoption of the final plan. And next year, we will roll out the service changes. The schedule, the process, and specific instructions for next steps of engagement can be found on our 2-page overview available now on MARTA's website. Next slide, please. So this is demanding. It's comprehensive and it will be a big deal. But like I said in the beginning, it's been a long time coming and there's no better time, no better place. With that, Mr. Parker, I return the agenda to you.
Thank you, Kali, and Chairman, I turn it back to you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Parker or his team? Any questions or comments? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Parker. See you next quarter.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 7, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 21-0208, presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, Mr. Manager, we have a hard stop at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. So we plan to move right along. Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. We will walk through the COVID response as we normally do, as well as the numbers and vaccine rollout plans. We do have a lot to share today, which I'll briefly cover up front. In general, the trends continue to improve. The average daily cases are now below 120, the hospitalizations below 300. So those are substantially better than they were in January. Most importantly, the positivity rate is now below 5%, which is again a key benchmark. The testing demand is about 5,000 per day, which is well off from where we were, but expected as vaccines take center stage, but still important that we continue to do. We're now at 1.7 million tests administered, which again is more than all metro counties combined. But now we bring the focus to vaccines. What you're going to hear today is we passed a significant milestone in administering 100,000 vaccines through our own centers. And that's along with or a part of the 418,000 vaccines that have been administered in Fulton County. And one thing that I would draw your attention to, there are a lot of national rankings out there. And of course, Georgia is drawing some negative press for being very, very low in those rankings. If Fulton County was a state, against our population base, you would see us in the upper tier, if not the upper 10, as it relates to vaccination. So keep that in mind with the efforts that have been put forward to serve our citizens. And I believe it only gets better with Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which we're actively planning now with the military, as well as with FEMA and GEMA. We will be delivering 42,000 vaccines a week starting next week for 8 weeks. So that's effectively through our centers, triple the capacity, which we're doing about 3,000 a day through our 3 centers. We'll now be doing 9,000 a day for 8 weeks. So it's just a tremendous opportunity for us, and we'll talk a little bit more about its implication in general, but also in the specifics of the Health Equity Initiative. Also, I want to publicly thank Dr. Paxton and Matt Kallmeyer, as well as Dr. Holland and Joe Bereswain and their entire teams for yesterday, where the system with a glitch that occurred double booked a number of appointments. That, of course, created a crush of folks at the outset of the center's opening, as well as inadequate supplies of vaccines. But through, again, just tremendous efforts and I think great management agility, they were able to serve all the citizens that came yesterday. In fact, I think it was such a spectacular, again, response that we should all thank them. It was also recognized by Dr. Toomey in her press conference for its, again, exceptional work. We've now identified data that we're going to share with you today relative to the gaps as it relates to demographics. That is data that we have not had before because it's been at a state level. We now have been able to, through, I think, good work being done by EMSI as well as Dr. Paxton's team, to drill down into the Fulton County data. It's still early data, so it doesn't represent necessarily where we are, but it's certainly directionally correct. And I think the upshot of this is there is a demographic split of about 60-30 in terms of white, black, and then 10% other. So that's not where we want it to be, which should be more like 45, and 10. But it's certainly much better than the early indicators of just observation. So we're pleased to share that with you today. More importantly, perhaps, than just that data, we have developed what I would consider a great health equity dashboard that captures all of the plans that we have to close that gap. And I've asked Anna to take the lead on that, as well as discussing it with you today. And I think you'll see, again, much progress being made, but more to come. One of the more notable things just this week from discussions with CORE yesterday when I was visiting the North Point site is that they will launch the first bilingual vaccine mobile unit in Sandy Springs Thursday and Friday of this week. So more details to come on that, but that's an exciting, again, harbinger, I think, of things to come. And again, showing our leadership beyond where most counties, as well as perhaps even most states, find themselves in. The emergency rental assistance program you'll hear today has experienced huge demand. We did close that off to work through the applications that we've already received. We anticipate reopening it as we, again, get more federal money and perhaps you choose to allocate some of the $206 million that we'll receive from the American Recovery Act. But needless to say, with already $44 million in applications working their way through the process, there's certainly ample demand. And we know there's also interest in doing mortgage assistance as well. So that's certainly a program, I think, by building the infrastructure that we did and having this foresight to do that rather than farming it out, we have, again, a great opportunity to serve our community. As has already been mentioned, really the big news of today, and I'm not sure where the confusion is about accepting or not accepting this money, I don't know of any discussion to not accept it, is the $206 million that is coming through the American Recovery Act. By the way, that's in addition to $330 million that will be going to Fulton County cities, all cities, including Atlanta, in addition to that $200 million. So there's actually $538 million that are going to governments in Fulton County. So I think there's going to be significant opportunity to assist both with the health response as well as the economic recovery. What I would also say is what we'll cover with you today, that this is early in the process, actually. The funding does not have a 12-month end date. It actually goes through 12/31 of 24. So with that in mind, we have developed the broad contours of a plan that we'll share with you today. It's not meant to be fixed in stone. It's meant more to be directionally correct. It uses the three pillars of our previous plan: health response, operational stability, and community needs. I think that served us well previously and will serve us well going forward. And, as you react to this plan, I think you'll see some of the things are unavoidable. An example would be the case backlog that has built during the pandemic. There's over 10,000 or so cases just on the criminal side that, absent an intervention and resources and a plan, would be years to overcome. Obviously, we don't want that to be the case. We want to do it as quickly as possible. So that'll be an example of an unavoidable cost. I think the vaccine distribution, while again going exceptionally well, this gives us the opportunity to double down, particularly on the mobile units. And by the way, we believe that we're getting state support for those mobile units in vaccine allocations, which will be very, very helpful. But both of those initiatives, doubling down on mobile as well as removing the case backlog, could be $60 million or so for each initiative. So you can see that while 200 sounds like an extraordinary amount of money, and it is, with big initiatives that I think we executed last year, these monies can be well deployed sooner rather than later. There'll be other things that we'll talk with you about, such as pandemic proofing our facilities, meaning we've talked around the notion of only bringing 50% of our employees back into offices, keeping them socially distanced, and really creating a work environment that would be immune to pandemic level disruptions going forward, as well as things like fully funding the platform that I just talked about in emergency rental assistance. Or another example of part of the plan that we would offer up today is fully funding the CSP program. I think that's an interesting one that's before you today at 5.3 million, but we have 13 million in requests. So one thought, as an example, is to strengthen the safety net in Fulton County is just simply fully fund those requests which have been vetted and competitively procured. So we hope as you look at those sorts of ideas, you'll see that again that there's plenty of work to do to continue to refine this and significant opportunities in front of us. I'm not sure that you're well served by resolutions at this stage specifying anything, but we would appreciate input and direction on these priorities, and as well as the confidence that we have demonstrated to act and adjust as we go forward and learn more. So, Mr. Chairman, we've got a lot to go over today. We want to keep ourselves on track with a hard stop at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam CEO, Mrs. Roach.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. In the interest of time, and we'll probably adopt this for the future as well, we've consolidated some of the sections of our report to leave sufficient time for questions and discussions. So you'll see that as a little bit of a change going forward. Without further ado, I'll turn it over to our emergency management team to quickly walk us through the incident response sections. And I'll take back over when we get to health equity.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. We'll go ahead and get this started as usual with Doug giving us an overview. Doug Schuster for EMSI will go ahead and give us an overview, and we'll get right into the meat of this with vaccination. Doug, get us started, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Next slide. As the county manager noted, our 7-day average for cases and hospitalizations have decreased, and we get to the scorecard. We no longer have any red indicators, which is good, and we're heading towards the green area in most. I just want to reiterate that while the news is good, we need to remain vigilant, especially over the next 2 months while we're giving the max amount of vaccine that we'll be able to. And we are still the leading county for testing. Next slide. I always like to show you kind of the health of the United States and Georgia. As you can see, the Southeast and Southwest have cleared up considerably as the darker colors are the most communicable areas. And so you see a much healthier United States picture on March 15th than you did on March 1st. Next slide. Once again, there's only one county in Georgia that's in a worse position today than they were 2 weeks ago, and the health of the Georgia county is much, much better. I will say, while it looks very good for Georgia, we're still the 15th worst communicable state in the United States. Next slide. So we show this every week, and this tells you some things that we talked about. While our testing is down in the green on the left, you can see the downward trend. We are still over twice what the CDC mandates for our population size, and a lot of that has to do some great works, not only by the Fulton County Board of Health testing centers, but also by our hospitals and universities within the city. Anytime we can test a lot of people, we can find asymptomatic people and isolate and stop the spread of the virus. The next slide, not the next slide, but the next color in the orange, you can see last 2 weeks ago, if you look at the far right on the orange, kind of a little bleep upwards, which we were concerned about, but now we're starting to see downward trends again, and we're below 120 at 119 for a 7-day average. Also, we are down below 300 in our hospitalizations for the first time since mid-October, and that downward trend continues also with only 38 people in the CCU units. And then lastly, I'll talk about deaths. You can see that we've had a pretty sustained level of deaths from 4.5 to 6.5, really since the beginning of January. And we're hoping now that we will see in 2 weeks from now, show you a pretty significant drop in the death toll also as the hospitalizations go down. Next slide. And real quickly, the death projection goes through the end of May with the most probable deaths at 1,253. And you see those numbers starting to level off. So the projection analysis does have the death toll starting to go down from where it is. Next slide. And quickly, it's very good to see a lot of green and yellow on the left side status and no red over there. And as the county manager, the World Health Organization and CDC has said that 5 is a very important benchmark for positivity because it makes contact tracing more viable. And that is definitely showing in everything that we do as we can see the open cases for contact tracing going down every day. And like I said, we're getting very close to being in the green in cases. And like I said, hopefully we'll be in the green very soon with the death toll. Next slide. Matt?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. As always, like to go ahead and give everyone an update of where we're looking at for testing. As Doug said, we're getting a much better place with lower than 5% positive, which allows our medical epidemiologists and our epidemiologists to do what they do best and look for hotspots. So right now, our testing is 1.7 million, 1,741,647 actually completed in our jurisdiction. If you add up the other 3 health districts, they're only at 1.3. So once again, you can be proud of the work that our team is doing together with the emergency management and the Board of Health to that end, and also leveraging our private sector partners to accomplish that mission. Next slide, please. The county manager did allude to it. Yesterday was one of our busiest days. The total amount of people that we vaccinated yesterday was 4,647 unique individuals. That beat our best day by 1,500. By far, I cannot go ahead and say enough great words about the team that went ahead and did an incredible amount of work yesterday, all the way from the volunteers to our paid staff to our partnerships that we have through the various cities with the medics that come to our site, the Board of Health. Everyone did a yeoman's work to make sure that we were able to vaccinate everyone that received appointment through the system. So I want to give a kudos to that. We will be looking at over 4,000 individuals every day this week that will be vaccinating, and it'll just continue to go up from there. The county manager did allude to the fact that we hit our milestone. We did go ahead and administer 100,000 vaccines through this joint partnership with Emergency Management and Board of Health, which is about a quarter of the total county's vaccines that has been administered. You guys have heard that the governor has and continue to expand Tier 1A. We have not gone to any other level. We just keep adding individuals to Tier 1A that has been part of the original plan. So that includes now school teachers, parents of children with complex medical conditions, anyone between 16 and 65 that has one comorbidity. And as of yesterday, he did expand that to individuals of the court system. And we are working with the Deputy Chief Operating Officer of Public Safety, Mr. Alton Adams, to go ahead and take care of our court system partners. Some things that we were working on this morning. We have transitioned to the state's vaccination program. We are about at 90% transition to the VRAS system for registration. The last piece is just kind of our equity program that we're still using, the original Jot Firms program that we built in-house. We'll be doing the final transition in the days ahead, but just wanted to go ahead and draw attention to the fact that we are almost there. And also, we'll be releasing about 226,000. Once again, we'll be releasing 226,000 appointments for the next 3 weeks. This is the first time that we've been able to go past 1 week forecasting to be able to go ahead and allow citizens that we serve the ability to get vaccinated. So we are pretty excited about that ability to do that. We're finishing up the work on that to make sure that we properly put the amount of folks in each half-an-hour block for us to be operationally successful, but 226,000 appointments will be going out. The other thing I want to go quickly and just brief everyone is the federal pilot program that we have been granted at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. You've heard about that from President Biden. He did a press conference about 2 weeks ago that said that we have been selected as that location. The Mercedes-Benz Stadium was the place that was selected based upon one of the unique aspects of it being central in Metro Atlanta, being close to MARTA and other partners that we have for mass transit, and also being in a zip code that has underserved individuals and the proximity to other jurisdictions such as DeKalb and Clayton that have individuals that also need assistance. So we're very grateful for that that process of being allocated to us. What that brings is about 6,000 vaccinations per day, which could be about an average of 42,000 per week. It is a type 1 program, which means that you do over 6,000 vaccines a day. We have been in type 3 programs at our 3 sites, which means that just north of 1,000 individuals you can vaccinate a day. It's an 8-week program. We're going to start on March 24th, which is next week, Wednesday. Our team has been planning for the last week and a half to make sure that we're prepared for this, and we will end on May 19th. Just for everyone to know, it'll be a 6-week process. The first 6 weeks will be Pfizer, is a vaccine that we'll be administering. So we have 3 weeks of first appointments, 3 weeks of second appointments, and then we will go ahead and close the program out with 2 weeks of Johnson & Johnson. So we'll be able to vaccinate everyone and then be able to shut down this process at that without having anyone to worry about for a second shot. This will go ahead and give us about 252,000 doses of Pfizer, 84,000 doses of Johnson & Johnson above the state allocation. So this is to go ahead and still allow us to do the things we're doing and not tap into what the state is being allocated from the federal government thus far. On average, this will give us about 8,364 individuals a day that we could vaccinate. Some of our higher days, we're looking at vaccinating 12,000 individuals at the site, and some of our lower days will be about 5,600. So this is going to be a very, very busy location. We're going to have 6 pods activated on 3 distinct levels inside the facility, on the 100, 200, and 300 level, if you're familiar with the site. And this cannot be done without the federal support of about 202 federal employees and Department of Defense soldiers that will be coming in to go ahead and help us in this effort. We've activated our incident management team. We're going to put a unified command together between our shop, emergency management, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and Board of Health will serve as a chief clinical officer, and Dr. Holland would be that chief clinical officer in this response for this. Doug, next slide, please.
Okay, continuing on with kind of a vaccine update. This is from the state dashboard. And what you see on this screen is Fulton County's total vaccines administered. That's for all entities, private, hospitals, and the Board of Health Initiative, and 418,000 with 277,000 unique individuals receiving at least 1 dose. Just wanted to bring note here that the county manager was right on when he said that we'd be in the top for the country. That's 25% of our population have had at least 1 dose of the vaccine. And compared to the state's allocation there, it's 17% for the state of Georgia. So anyway, it's pretty impressive that 25 has been done to this point. Next slide. And this really looks as county by county like we do with testing as the counties that have been, the vaccines that have been delivered within Fulton County. And as you can see, we're just about twice as much as Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. Next slide. And we've talked a lot over the past weeks in meeting with this group about, and Matt brought it up, we've not been able to really put appointments out except for 1 week at a time and really work a wait list. As of probably end of the day to today or sometime before the end of the week, we will be able to put into the system 3 weeks worth of appointments, and we're very excited about the opportunity to do that. But this slide really shows kind of the volatility of what we've had is on the supply side, so it's nice to be in a place where we know what our supply side. I will say, after yesterday's great effort, we're now at 105,365 vaccines administered by the Board of Health pods in the north, central, and south parts of the county. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Roach to talk about our equity response in this. Next slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for switching the slides for us. So commissioners, as you know, the Board of Health has been laser focused on health equity with the encouragement and support of the Board of Commissioners. since back when we were just testing. And that focus on health equity has carried forward to our efforts around vaccination as well. And so we are in the process of both executing health equity initiatives that are currently in place, but also working to think about what new ones we could put in place to scale our effort. To start off, to make sure that our decisions are always based on good information or just information in general and data. We have worked with the state to access demographic information that we now have access to, and I'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide. We'll also share information about the multi-pronged approach to health equity and addressing it that we have worked together across multiple agencies to develop. And then finally, I'm going to ask Jessica Corbett to explain to you what she's been working on, which is a targeted communication plan that emphasizes both vaccine hesitancy as well as some misinformation that we have seen. I myself, driving down Camp Creek Parkway, saw a sign that says Minister Farrakhan does not want you to take the vaccine. And so we have to figure out how, while we're respectful of people's religious choices, we provide additional information to give our constituency sort of a balanced approach to information about vaccinations. Next slide. This is the demographic data that we mentioned we are currently accessing in partnership with the state. This is our first time consolidating this information through that partnership. We're still working with the state to validate the data that is inside of GRITS and that is provided around race, age, as well as gender. In the upper left-hand corner, there is a 10-year age category distribution for the vaccination. And as expected, because we were very focused on our older population on the front end of vaccinations, there is a huge concentration of vaccinations happening between the ages of, say, 69 and 80. You'll see there, and as a team, we often talk about wanting to meet that one individual in that last column that's between 121 and 130 who did receive the vaccine. We thought that was pretty neat that we have someone lucky enough to be of that age within our jurisdiction. The one on the right represents the gender distribution of vaccines among Fulton County residents. As you can see, we are vaccinating more females in our county than males. And finally, on the bottom, there is a distribution of vaccinations within Fulton County by race. White individuals are at 61,000 and African Americans are at 29,000. What's not representing there, and where we know we also have an issue with respecting access, is within our Latin American or Latinx communities. So we will be looking to gather information about vaccination in that community as well. But while we are not completely out of kilter in terms of our vaccination equity among African Americans and white, based on what's represented here, it does sort of confirm our instincts that equity is something that we should be working on. And so we're glad to have had that a part of our vaccination program from the very beginning. And in the next slide, we'll talk about the 5-pronged approach that we have been working at to address issues of access in minority communities. Next slide. So commissioners, this is a summary of the health equity strategy that we are managing right now. We provided information to you on the initiative in the first column a few meetings ago, where we are leveraging our senior services centers and the infrastructure within our senior services programming to deliver vaccinations to our clients that are in our senior population and in our IDD population, as well as their caregivers. That infrastructure is also being used to facilitate our elected official referrals, which that was requested by our mayors to have a conduit to be able to refer constituents who approach them that have low access to get vaccinated. So we're using that infrastructure. We have managed to vaccinate 1,335 individuals so far within that category, and we're very proud of how that program is being run. As of the governor's announcement, of course, we are ramping up efforts in this area again with the addition of 55 and older. So we're going back and calling those who are eligible within that new criteria. And as you see, we have added those within our intellectual and developmental disabled category as well. So very proud of how that is going and the leadership that Dr. Rochelle and Ladisa are providing there. The Board of Health is leading a faith leaders partnership where they are deploying mobile vaccination capability to large congregations in low access at-risk communities. Don't focus too much on the number of 120 that you see there. That's more a reflection of when the initiative started. And so the Board of Health is ramping up their capability in this area and have conducted site visits to assess the feasibility of the sites that they're looking at. And we're going to see that number shoot up as it relates to our partnership with faith-based leaders and large congregations across the county. This is another, again, I mentioned the Latinx community and their hesitancy as well. And the Board of Health, through Dr. Paxton's partnerships, are working with the Mexican consulate to schedule vaccination appointments in locations familiar to the Latinx community, because we believe that that reflects the part of the hesitancy on that part of the community. So we're hoping to ramp up that particular health equity strategy. And also pleased to announce that as of this morning, we received word that the first bilingual mobile unit is going to be deployed sometime this week to the Morgan Falls area, and that should be able to help us along in the Latinx outreach as well. Another area where we're really proud to provide information about a partnership is the Board of Health. The Board of Health team is partnering with Tuxedo Pharmacy to deliver vaccines to long-term care facilities that were not registered with the state, but also contain individuals within the age ranges that qualify for vaccinations. We have seen the biggest number of vaccinations in this health equity strategy category, and we're going to be expanding that partnership even more, because working with our senior services department, this partnership with Tuxedo Pharmacy as of this week will be expanded to address individuals that are homebound. I'm really excited about that, because that's one area where we haven't had a lot of traction because we have to be very conservative with the resources for vaccination that we have. We haven't had an opportunity to expand into sort of one-on-one delivery of the vaccine to people who aren't able to either come to a mobile site or a fixed site. So really excited about that and looking forward to that number growing. The final area of our health equity strategy that is in the beginning stages, but it's a great partnership with One Atlanta as well, and they're going to put resources behind this, is developing a capability to do street outreach, beginning with the community surrounding Mercedes-Benz Stadium, again, because of the reason the site was selected by the federal government as one of its mega sites. We believe that we shouldn't just focus on the electronic registration. And so we're looking to build the capacity to deploy street teams with iPads that can register people for appointments in the community in and around Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And of course, have the ability to expand that capacity across the county as well. So again, really proud of the efforts that we are focused on here with our health equity strategy, and look forward to reporting reporting out to the board increased shots to date numbers in every one of those categories. I'd like to turn it over now to Jessica Corbett, who, beginning with the next slide, will walk us through what our approach for communication will be that is particularly useful for our health equity strategy.
Thank you so much, Anna, and good morning, everyone. We, as Anna just mentioned, our communication strategy is both very broad in terms of making sure residents are informed about the COVID vaccine and how they can access that. But specifically within the context of health equity, we realize that that we also have to help residents overcome any barriers to access that they may be facing. So when we talk about access in this context, we're talking not only about just the website and phone number, but resources that may be there. For example, if technology is a barrier, we do have a call center. We also have transportation access for some residents. So those are the kinds of things that we will be emphasizing, is making sure that residents have whatever information they need to be able to take advantage of the vaccine. Vaccine hesitancy is something that is, again, both broad and narrow. We realize that there's hesitancy across the spectrum of our community, and we're working with a number of partners to really define what that means. Some of us, when we think about vaccine hesitancy, may imagine what's sometimes called an anti-vaxxer, a person who has a very strong conviction about vaccine. But there are other people who are maybe in the middle, who are on what you might say are on the fence. And because of a number of factors, we have seen additional vaccine hesitancy in some communities. And again, misinformation, we've seen a growth in misinformation on many, many issues in the last year. That has become, unfortunately, a hallmark of the pandemic, and something that making sure that we don't overly emphasize bad information, but that we fight bad information with facts. So those are all part of the strategy. And really the message is very simple, that the vaccine is safe and it can help save lives. We've already seen that happening in Fulton County, in Georgia, and across the nation as people get the vaccine, especially nursing homes are a great example where the death rate is declining because of the vaccinated population. Also, we want the residents of Fulton County to know that we are working to make sure that everyone who wants the vaccine can access it, and we hope that everyone will want it. And lastly, that we are working to remove those barriers to make sure no one is left behind. That is part of our equity promise and part of our service delivery promise. Next slide, please. So a lot has changed in the last 10 days or so regarding vaccine access. The announcement of the Mercedes-Benz site was truly a groundbreaking moment in our vaccination effort. In addition to that, last week's announcement that the vaccine eligibility had opened up much more broadly, more rapidly than we might have anticipated. So that was a really important moment in our vaccination effort. And again, the president last week announced that by May 1st, he expects that everyone in the nation will be eligible to receive the vaccine. So all of those have kind of change the timeline, if you will, for some of our communication strategies. And this is a multifaceted approach that would include your traditional PR efforts, press releases, press events, and those are things that our office will handle in coordination with the Board of Health. There's also grassroots outreach, and that's part of what Ms. Roach just talked about with the street teams. We are collaborating with folks from the Board of Health who are in the community, folks from CORE who are in the community, as well as we've had some really great discussion with the City of Atlanta about some plans that they have. We are also continuing to work with the Alive and in Color campaign that was created from last year through our work with the Black Cross. In addition to that, you will see some top line messaging, and we want people to understand that Fulton County is a leader in frankly, in COVID response, that we are working to serve as many people as we can, as quickly as we can. And so you'll see some additional messaging, and you'll receive some things to share in your own social media channels and newsletters in the next day or two. So I'm excited to share that with you. And then we've spent a lot of time and resources just shoring up those kind of what I call communications infrastructure. So the website that we direct people to is fultoncountyga.gov/COVID vaccine. There is a call center and additional resources have been added there. The appointment system is a piece that has been really a challenge, frankly, because the volume of people who need this resource all at once has been an evolving situation. So even in the last 5 days or so, there have been some major improvements in that. Again, all of this is within both the broader context, but a special emphasis on our equity initiatives. Next slide, please.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I want to remind the board that Dr. Paxton is here as well. She always is generous with her time and joins us to be able to answer any questions. But that represents the conclusion of our COVID-19 incident response update, and we're ready for questions.
All right, thank you, Madam CEO. We have two people. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that report. A couple of things I want to be on record, and I also want to ask this of Dr. Paxton. First of all, I did have my first Pfizer vaccine at the GICC. It went well. I live streamed it and encouraged all members of Fulton County to make sure that they get their vaccine. But however, there is an issue. Governor Kemp, even himself, our governor, said that he was pretty much dissatisfied with the lack of vaccinations on the South. I have had conversations with many ministers and first ladies of churches in the South. They feel two different things. They feel at the very first part disrespected for the respect. I won't speak all the way to it, but I will let you know what happened, Dr. Paxton. There was a site visit to a church, and the first lady and the pastor was treated very unprofessionally. There was almost an air of, this isn't good enough for us to put something here, or this doesn't meet our expectations. Now, keep in mind, I do understand the requirements for it to be a vaccine site. The issue I have is with the disrespect of the clergy, with the disrespect of individuals in South Fulton County that are offering their houses of worship for the vaccine. The COVID has hit communities of Black and Brown very heavy. Our communities have suffered the worst. And so it is a duty that I see that we go the extra mile to make sure vaccination units, whether they be mobile or at a church or a center, but they are done in South Fulton County, and that those that go out and observe their places, that they be treated with the utmost respect. I'm not saying I wasn't there, I don't know what happened, but clearly a pastor and a first lady would not have called me because there's something that happened. We have several houses of worship. We have Cliftondale, the Church United Church of Christ. We have Salome on Roosevelt Highway. We have Solid Rock Church, Washington Road. We have Calvary Impact on Buffington. We have New Life Presbyterian on Old National. Now, under the Faith Leadership Partnership, I don't know if you all have made an attempt to go to any of these churches, but I have been made aware that these churches are available. I understand people want to, say Mercedes-Benz and other places, but I'm of the mindset, and so are my constituents and the elected leadership, especially in the South Fulton side, that in a concerted effort, you must put mobile units, you must try to put as many places of worship with vaccinations, because you need to go where the people are. It's different situations that we must, as a community, understand to go to the community of Black and brown individuals, and individuals that are marginalized need the vaccine as close to them as possible. Now, Anna Roach, with all due respect, I know that you mentioned Minister Farrakhan and the sign. One does not have to leave their home. One can just go on social media. On social media, once I open up social media, I see everything from there's a tracking device in the vaccine to other things. And so if we're going to go down the road of speaking about misrepresentation, let's talk about all of it, not just what you see on Camp Creek. But here again, Dr. Paxton, I am concerned. And the reason I am concerned, I need to know, or should I say my constituents that I serve need to know that Fulton County Board of Health is doing everything within their power to make sure they are taking those services to the African-American community, to the Faith Leadership Partnership, because anytime that I have faith leaders that call me and first ladies that call me and are upset because of a site visit that they felt that they were treated with disrespect, that is very serious. That is very serious, because it is our faith leaders that speak to our congregations that break up the misinformation. And they're the ones, like my good friend over at Jackson Memorial, Reverend Sutton. I had an opportunity to see his operation over there, and it went smoothly. And so I know that we are making an effort. What I'm asking is, can we make a better effort? Can I get some kind of assurance that whatever is happening in city of South Fulton with the lack of going into the community, or maybe the misinformation, because if a place doesn't pass, they're being told that it's going to be the end of April or possibly the 1st of May before they can get an actual unit out, a mobile unit out. So I would actually plead to the office, to the Fulton County Board of Health and its officials that go out in their official capacity to actually do these site visits, that you treat everyone equally with respect, whether it's on North or South. And if there is some kind of relationship that you all have with CORE, I'm not sure that you all have a relationship with CORE, but the duplicity is being an issue as well. We're seeing a certain part have a lot of vaccine, and we're seeing another part that it's not. And so I'm asking that, since those situations have been brought to me from the faith leadership that I represent and from the constituents, that I would bring it to you here today. Also, on a side note, County Manager, I was a little taken aback, Dick Anderson. You said the resolutions, you're not sure if they're relevant. Well, I just wanted to kind of bring this to your attention. I think it's called Stand in Your Lane 101. All of us are commissioners. We set policy. And so I know that my name was on the ballot. And so I have a duty, as well as all of these other commissioners have a duty to set policy. So the relevancy of the policy or the relevancy of the resolution lies with the elected commissioners of the board. The staff implements. Thank you, and Dr. Paxton, I am waiting on your response.
Well, first off, thank you for bringing your concerns to my attention. I'll be honest, this is the first that I have heard from anyone that any complaints of anyone feeling disrespected by our team. On the contrary, I've received a number of emails from various pastors thanking us, for our interest and for their interaction. So if you could send me, privately, more details about that, I'd be happy to look into it. One issue that I am well aware of is the fact that many of the, we have had a lot of pastors and different groups offer their services to us, and we do maintain a list that we are investigating all of them. If there, I presume, Commissioner, that you have already shared with us the list that you have already, that you mentioned. I don't keep it in front of me, so I don't know, if they're already on our list. But if they're not, certainly we'd like to have a chance to evaluate the locations that you have just.
Okay, my chief of staff is sending you that list now as we speak.
But as you have acknowledged, though, one of the things that we really do have requirements that are needed to be a vaccine site. And not all, and in fact, many of these these venues do not actually, they're not actually able to be a vaccine site for that reason. So for many reasons is what I should say. So, I mean, we totally agree with you, and we've agreed from day one of the epidemic that we do need to get out more into the community to get to where, the people are, which is why we have actually been working towards that for, 4 months now within the limits of what was available to us in terms of vaccine, in terms of personnel, and in terms of, the like. So we are continuing to work towards that. I mean, my ultimate dream is that it's not a dream, it will happen, is that eventually we'll be at the point where we can actually have walk-up vaccine sites in which we're in the community and people can just walk up without a prior appointment, and that we can go to every place that that needs that. And I think we will be able to get close to that goal, just not right now. But in the meantime, we are still continuing to evaluate all of the different sites, and we have started. I believe we're at Mount Zion. We'll be at Mount Zion this week, and then Doug and Matt can remind me of what the other one is that we'll be going to next week. So we're starting in on working with at the various church sites, and there'll be ever more as we continue with this. So, I mean, that's what I have to say. And so, Commissioner, if you could just send me, more details about that specific instance in which you feel, in which the pastor and his first lady felt that they were disrespected, I'm happy to look more into it. But personally, I do know the people who are going out and doing these reviews. And one is the daughter of, well, anyway, I'm not to get into their personal business, but they're actually, churchgoers themselves and have a great deal of respect and for the churches. So I find it a little bit hard to believe, but I absolutely want to to look into this to find out what happened.
Well, Dr. Paxton, let me go on record to say I have admired what you've done, and I have always thought that I needed to applaud you when you did things right. And I'm not saying what I'm thinking in my mind that this may be an isolated incident, but I do know from Fulton County's perspective, customer service is number one. And so anytime you have a situation where there's a hint of the person feeling that they may have been disrespected or they may have not been handled professionally, I know that Fulton County takes that very, very seriously. And I know that your department takes that very, very seriously. So let this not be a condemnation of what you all are doing, because I believe you all are doing a great job. However, anytime something that raises to this level of importance, and when I have to have conversations with faith leadership and constituents and first ladies, then something happened. And I'm of the belief that it probably was isolated, but I know in your expertise and what you stand for, that whatever happened, it will be rectified. And so let me go on record saying that's why I wanted you to know that today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
A lot to cover in this section, so please be mindful of that. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hall.
A few points I wanted to raise. This is for Ms. Roach. On the data, on the vaccination data, and this may be Dr. Paxton, you may want to weigh on this as well. On the vaccination data we're getting in terms of whether it's doses administered or any of the demographic data, is this is just for vaccines that were administered by Fulton County providers, not necessarily to Fulton County citizens, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, I do think that that's, important, to just sort of acknowledge as we're looking at this is, and certainly it will become more noticeable, I guess, or notable, I guess, is Mercedes-Benz becomes a mega site that we're going to have people coming into the county. Obviously, the healthcare providers are employing people that work elsewhere and that sort of stuff. That we're becoming more and more of a regional resource for the vaccinations, right? Both is for the health sites and this sort of joint site, soon to be at Mercedes, but also with the other providers in the county.
Well, that's
so
true. I'm sorry.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a fair statement, because that has the governor has declared that, and that's been actually in place for a number of months, that any Georgian can be seen at any site. Yeah,
and I think that's great. I mean, but I just don't want to, what I just wanted just for us all to just sort of, realize and note that, it's to try to compare the data that's flowing into here to, what may or may not be going on in terms of just, full vaccination within the scope of our own individual Fulton County population. It may not exactly tell, kind of a true picture of that story.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, yes. What I can say though is that the other district health directors in other counties are constantly complaining about the number of Metro residents who make it into their counties to get vaccinated.
Right.
I have a strong suspicion that things even out in the wash. It takes a lot of work, but periodically we can look into the GRIT system and look at the home addresses in counties of people who are vaccinated at our sites. And so that's how we were able to say a couple of weeks back when Doug did that roughly 85% of the people that were vaccinated from our sites were actually Fulton County residents. So we do have some means at our disposal to look at where people live who are being vaccinated by us. But we are not able to turn away anyone, of course, who's not a Fulton resident.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think it's great that we're playing this role and, and that all the health departments across the state are doing that, right? And that people are accessing it where they can. That's just my point is that we don't necessarily have a full lens into that sort of demographic data. And certainly, I guess we could look at it in our own sites, but once we get into other providers and doctors' offices and all that, it becomes even more, I guess we have less visibility into that. So I just wanted to kind of get a sort of an understanding of that so that folks understood that when they were looking at the data, that it wasn't necessarily that X percentage of Fulton County residents had been vaccinated. It could be that number, or it could be higher, it could be lower. Commissioner
Ellis,
yes.
before we move on from that point, and I'm going to ask Doug to weigh in, but I do believe the demographic data is of Fulton County residents just based on the title. We're reporting it from two different standpoints. I think you are absolutely correct with respect to the other vaccination data that we provide information on from our sites. That is not of Fulton County residents, because as you know, we vaccinate whoever gets an appointment at our site. But based on the title of the graphs on page 15, I thought the information from the state was of Fulton County residents, no matter where they got vaccinated. But Doug, could you clarify if that's correct or not?
Anna, that's my assumption too, and that's what I've told, but I didn't get a correct answer. But yes, it is supposed to be by zip code of the people, not where they got their vaccine. It's a very small sample size, and we're not the only people wanting this demographic data. So they're trying to work with GRITS, which is an antiquated system, to better be able to sort. And so I'm expecting over the coming weeks that we will be able, or we've been told we want and need to get data by site, by zip code, and be able to sort a bunch of different ways. But this was the first pass that the state shared with us. So our goal, like I said, always is to get the best data, but there's a lot of unknowns at this point, but it is, what was presented today was Fulton County residents, regardless of where they got the shot.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, and say that again.
No, I just wanted to clarify that, Commissioner Ellis,
Yeah.
on the demographic data.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for us to try to obtain the data, but I think there are limitations to how it can be interpreted too. Even in this data, we've got sort of roughly 20% sort of unclassified in terms of the demographic component. I think, certainly the most important thing is that we are engaging in very specific initiatives to try to target, there's different individual populations. I think that's the most important piece in how we continue to refine that and, look within those, what are we seeing in terms of our own, results, and that's sort of more within our span of control. On the vaccination side at Mercedes-Benz, just a couple of questions on that. Again, I think we said that starts up on, what was the date again that starts?
March 24th, sir, next week, Wednesday.
March 24th. And it will be the same. There'll be no change in appointment system, right? It'll just be the same appointment system that this VRAS that we've moved over to.
Yes, sir, VRAS.
Yeah. And then on terms of when we get to that point and we have, this significant supply coming in, I mean, I think everybody sees things through their own lens and gets feedback through their own sort of districts and so forth. And just as some people may feel their own geographic areas aren't getting enough distribution and maybe being slighted to the expense of others, I would hear the same thing within the context of North Fulton residents as well, who feel like they're getting slighted in terms of the allocation of vaccine into their geographic area, to this geographic area. So I think sort of the scarcity of it sort of lends everybody to feel the same thing, unfortunately, but hopefully that will begin to, correct. But my question within that is, as we get much more of this federal allocation coming into Mercedes, is there a view that we will take some of our own sort of state allocation and shift that into our other sites and or use of mobile units and other means?
Is always our desire to do that. We still are beholden to the state when it comes to the allocation aspect of that. So we will be continuing to put in for the maximum amount of vaccine that we are eligible for from the state through the Board of Health. And then from there, collaborating with Board of Health to do more mobile processes and also increasing our capacity at our two fixed sites in the north and south as well. So a combination thereof, sir.
And then also, has there been consideration to, either, with additional supply coming in or additional resources potentially to apply from the funds that are going to be received as a result of this recently passed legislation, to move to a potentially, a 7-day a week or 6-day a week you know, at the other, our other fixed sites? Because I think we're only doing, what, 6 days a week at Mercedes right now?
So Mercedes-Benz we're trying to remove every barrier possible. It will be a 6-day-a-week operation, trying to give everyone at least a Sunday off for their various religious celebrations and such. But one of the things that you'll see when we release the calendar is we're moving barriers. We're going to be offering appointments all the way till 10 o'clock at night on 2 days a week. We'll be opening 2 to 10, other different time periods. What we want to do is to be able to go ahead and make sure that there is no individual out there that can't take advantage of this. So if you're busy during the day, childcare issues, there's hopefully some place that we could go ahead and accommodate you on our calendar. We looked at Arizona, who did a longer operational period than us, and we found out that the 2 most sought after time slots are between like 7 and 10 p.m. at night. So we want to go ahead and at least be able to offer those type of things here to help those individuals out. So we'll have a lot of safety there, a lot of security, a lot of law enforcement around the building to make sure people feel safe that they can come in and get vaccinated no matter what time, day or night, or day of week that we're offering this opportunity.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm understanding the answer you provided. Will we be doing that same, I guess my question is, will we be doing the same thing 6 days a week and alternative hours at our sites other than Mercedes-Benz?
We have not done that yet, sir. We still are beholden to the allocation process by the state. So we go dark on Sunday and Monday. Mondays when we get our vaccines. From there, we're able to go ahead and determine what we can accomplish for that week. We would hope that we get to a better point so that we can forecast more and be able to offer some more non-traditional opportunities. We are in a great place with Board of Health onboarding other clinicians to be able to give us more capacity. And then from there, we can start looking at offering non-traditional hours at these other locations. So it is our hopes to get there, but as we stand today, it's still that Tuesday through Saturday operation at our 2 sites that we will have besides Mercedes-Benz.
So I guess maybe I understand but we're beholden to the allocation, but I don't necessarily understand how that beholds us to operate at the same hours we've been doing. And my concern here is that, you know, as we move downstream into more of the general population being eligible for this, and if we restricted, you know, access at our sites to traditional working hours, you know, whereas, you know, we could already be looking at changing those to, you know, a 10 to 7 or 10 to 9 or whatever, you know, whatever it is type time frame for appointments, and thinking about that sort of sooner rather than later. I guess that's I'm not necessarily asking for a response, but that's my request for consideration on that.
Point well taken. I apologize for not being eloquent enough in my response to you, sir. We are, by onboarding more clinical staff, will give us more opportunities to be flexible in our offerings. We have been trying to leverage what we do have within the Board of Health team for clinical support, volunteers who have been a little more traditional in their hours that they would love to donate. And then also from our partners in the fire departments that are giving us paramedics using the daytime operations for that. So as we get to a better place, we will definitely be pivoting to offer that flexibility that you're asking us to do, sir.
Okay. And if that's part of, you know, kind of utilization of this additional funding to obtain that staff necessary for, you know, the sites to sort of function in that way, I think that's something we ought to give, you know, strong consideration to. So thanks for that. No other questions.
Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Houseman, followed by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to thank Matt Kallmeyer and the EMS team for your outstanding work, and Dr. Paxton, Sheena, and Dr. Holland and the BOH team, because I know just within my district office alone, we get a lot of emails and we are constantly forwarding those to you and your team directly. And I'm hoping that with some questions that I have today, that we can kind of relieve the burden of some of that on you and your immediate executive team, excuse me. And Anna Roach and the county team, thank you for your hard work. These presentations are outstanding. However, I must thank Commissioner Abdul Rahman for addressing the topic of inequity and also the topic of our communities of color still not being reached as it relates to the vaccinations. Part of my district goes below I-20 to Campbellton Road into Southwest Atlanta, and I have heard the same concerns. So I hope that we will consider that and address it as quickly as possible. Also, I want to just commend you on the work that's being done as it relates to COVID-19. However, I do want to address what the community is feeling as it relates to the county's other services and programs. We all know that COVID-19 is significantly impacting everyone in a negative way, but also in a positive way with us coming together to address this situation. But I don't want anyone to forget that we still have county services and programs that are needed in the community. Dr. Paxton, if you could please give us some reassurance on, is your team available and ready still to provide the services that are just normal everyday services that your health department has been known to provide, like HIV/AIDS testing, treatment, and education? This has come up numerous times to me in the community, as well as the need for just the basic health screenings that BOH used to do. People are requesting the mobile units, and I did not realize that you stopped the hashtag Stop HIV/ATL campaign altogether and rewrapped all of the mobile units to just be basic BOH mobile units. I also did not realize that you had stopped utilizing the health screenings mobile unit that had become a normal service in the community. And so if you could please address this so that our listening and viewing audience and those who will listen and view after we are done can hear how, you did tell me in an email that you have reassigned your staff to address COVID-19, but where is the staff to continue the services that they were initially hired and paid to provide?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Yeah, we're still open for business for everything that the Board of Health has traditionally provided. However, because of the pandemic, we are temporarily not able to do all of the things that we had been doing up until now. So for example, as you alluded to about the mobile units that were previously used to do health screenings on a regular basis, we have had to redeploy them to other things during the pandemic. It is our hope that now that the vaccination campaign is up and running, and that the COVID cases are falling, that we will soon be able to get back to that, because we recognize that not the whole world hasn't stopped for COVID. People are still having problems with hypertension, with high cholesterol, with obesity. All those things didn't go away. They're still there. We just had to bow to the realities of life in terms of what our available resources were at the time. And so we had to make the strategic decision to pull back certain services into like our clinics, rather than being able to go out and do as much of the outreach as we had been doing, and that we will get back to doing soon. But the services are all still available. And so, and in fact, we haven't had to turn people away from any of our clinics or anything like that. So it should be that people should still be able to access these services. And it's with our hope that with everybody getting vaccinated and so on, with this major push over the next couple of months, that soon we'll be back in the position where we can go back to, doing more of the non-COVID related mobile outreach.
Okay, so I'm really concerned that we have pulled back on just doing what the county is known to do. And especially since it has consistently been said that we were using CARES Act funding and other resources to address the need to provide services and programs specifically related to COVID-19. So I don't understand why we would pull our employees away from doing their regular jobs that the community needs. And so I would hope that you would quickly take care of that situation and get back on board with just providing the services that are normal to the county, that are expected by our constituents who pay their tax dollars for these services. And many of them cannot make it to the health centers. Most of them don't even realize that the health centers are open. So communication about the fact that the health centers are open and what's being offered to the community would assist in that area as well. But as we know, there are many seniors and others who just don't have the access to go to a health center, especially during work hours, because they work themselves and they don't have that ability to get off work to go to a health center, as well as they don't have the transportation, depending on where those health centers are located. So I hope that we can address those things. Also, I want to just make sure that a couple questions that were sent to me by constituents are answered so that they can hear this. Who is currently managing the COVID testing sites in the county? Because it has been, it's kind of confusing who's doing that work.
We have transitioned, well, CORE still is maintaining its mobile testing centers. We have transitioned our larger standing activities, such as at Central and in the South and North, to MACO, which is one of the companies that they actually run the tests. And so in partnership with them, we have turned over those activities to them. And so they're still there, and all of these things are still available for free to anyone who wants them, but they're primarily being run by MACO.
And is there any oversight by BOH?
Yes, we always, again, MACO has been running our lab tests for months now, for many of our lab tests for months. And so we continue to get all of the, reports from them and the like. So if I can just further delve into this, when have you had a specific issue raised to you in terms of how the MACO site is being run? Is that behind your question?
These are just questions that consistently have come through constituents that I want to make sure are addressed publicly, so they're listening and watching, they can know the response, because just being out in the community, people are asking these questions. And they've also asked, we've received multiple requests for COVID testing in the community, and who should they contact for these requests? Or should they just continue to just send them through my office and we connect them directly to yourself, Dr. Holland and Sheena?
Mm-hmm. Well, you can always continue to send things, directly to us. It depends. We do work, as I said, CORE. I presume they're asking for mobile testing. So that is something we'd have to, sort of look at the request, see what whether or not it merits a team going out there, and then we can do. We can certainly look at that. So you can continue just to send them to me, or I would say maybe directly to Dr. Holland, because he is sort of over the testing activities.
Okay, so Dr. Holland, and I just received a question from a constituent. They want to know if we can have information on MACO.
What type of information are they? What they like and why? I mean, MACO's a public company, so anyone can look, can look them up and go to their website. So I mean, I'm not. What kind of information do they really want?
Is it MACO?
MAKO.
MAKO.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we've received requests from seniors and who are afraid to leave their homes so they're requesting in-home vaccination services. I think I did hear our COO, Anna Roach, say something about the possibility of in-home vaccinations.
Yeah, for seniors who are considered homebound, there's already a number that are already being served by the state for, and so they have maintained a list of homebound seniors. And the state is working with all of the districts about getting them vaccinated. And in addition, they have asked us, and we have complied with providing lists of additional people who are homebound that can, so that they can be added to that list, and so that we can go out and vaccinate them. So if you have somebody who's truly homebound, cannot leave their house, please, go ahead and forward us their name and we can add them to the list. But I would ask that it's an intensive thing to, as you can imagine, to go out and do homebound services. So we are trying to keep it to people who truly do not have the option of leaving their homes, not just because it's more convenient for them to get it at home. So anyway, if you do know of somebody who's truly homebound, please go ahead and share that name with us.
Well, I want to just be clear that there are people who are afraid, seniors who are afraid to leave their home. So that's a different situation from being completely homebound.
Yes, I understand. And so at the moment, I can't say that just being afraid without an actual physical limitation is really very difficult for us to say that we can do that. But, again, we are doing other things, as has already been mentioned, we are going to specific areas, like senior towers and vaccinating people there. We're working with Tuxedo Pharmacy to do that sort of thing. But it is beyond, I just need to be honest, it's beyond our capability to go to every individual house of somebody who might be afraid of going in, but is otherwise physically capable of doing it. So at this moment, we're making plans for people who are physically incapable of leaving their house, of working with the state and going out and vaccinating them. So I would really ask that if you know of people who meet that criteria, please do share that with us. Yes, that's all I can say.
Well, Anna Roach is familiar with this situation because Dr. Rochelle and Anna and others have worked with a particular senior about trying to get her vaccinated, and she was afraid. They set up actually an individual ride on, she has a disability and she does have a mobile unit that she uses to get around, and they actually set up a ride for her alone through MARTA Mobility to get her vaccination. So we do have some very significant situations like that need to be addressed. Okay. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner Houseman, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Yes, is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be as brief as possible. Matt, you mentioned that we've been ordering the maximum that we can. Have we been receiving the maximum? What sort of percentage rate have we been getting based on our orders?
Yeah. We have not been getting what we've asked for. Doug, do you know approximate percentage of what we're getting versus what we've asked for?
We've never got 100%, and we've varied anywhere from 20% to 60%. But
so I think
we can ask for what we want, but the allocations are based on statewide distribution.
Yeah, a couple things. I did hear the governor mention that in some parts of the state below Columbus, the demand hasn't been there, and they're going to shift resources to where the demand is. So perhaps that will get improved as well with what we're getting. But I think what Commissioner Ellis was suggesting is that if the FEMA site is going to be getting direct allocations, that perhaps some of our regular allocation that was going to that site could be sent to our north and south locations. Is that correct?
We're going to continue to ask for what that allocation was for that site and to be able to spread it out. But once again, we have to go ahead and adhere to what is being given to us from the state when they look at the larger picture. So we're looking at very micro level of what we need here. They're looking at it macroly from the state, and if they feel that some of these vaccines have to be sent to another jurisdiction, we just have to go ahead and do the best we can with what they feel is eligible for us to go ahead and use.
Yeah, this is Doug. Also, the state GEMA sites needed vaccine too, which were a big consideration for the state, and it's fully our purpose to start building the things and capacities so we can expand what we're doing in the north and the south in mobile solutions, because there's a lot of logistics and personnel that goes around with that. So when we get the vaccine, our goal has always been to deploy what we get as quickly as possible and as equitable as possible.
And you're doing a great job with that. I was just trying to clarify for the listening public, the efforts that we're going through to try and meet the needs that we have. I'm also curious about the success we're having with the outreach program to our seniors to try and get them more comfortable. Can anyone answer that?
Go ahead. I'm actually not even sure if Dr. Rochelle is on, because she's been very, closely, aligned with this in that, working through senior services. They've been extremely, proactive in reaching out and actually even talking oftentimes individually to, seniors who are part of this, this service. Then, as has been mentioned before by Jessica and all that, we have the overarching media campaigns that are being, starting to get out more and more, and we're still working on to talk about, vaccine, all aspects of the vaccines, not necessarily only targeted towards seniors, but for for everyone. But I think in terms of the most close contact, it's been with through senior services.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton. Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. So when senior services reaches out to seniors to invite them for a vaccine appointment, those that we encounter that decline the appointment, we talk with them about their reason for the declination. And what we're finding is that many of them are at this time not wanting additional information. They are giving us feedback that in a couple of areas. One, that they would like to speak with their physician, that they would like to pray about their decision to move forward with the vaccine, or that they at this time clearly do not want the appointment, or that they would like to speak with their physician and get the vaccine through their physician. So the small number that do state that they would like more information, we of course provide that information to them, and we speak with them about any questions or concerns that they have about the vaccine and its safety.
Well, I certainly appreciate the efforts that you're going to reach out and to try and get folks comfortable. I think we're all hearing from people that are still hesitant. Hopefully, the more that it gets out in the community and people have personal experiences with it being okay, that will also change. But I just want to thank you for that effort that you've gone to try and make sure that we're reaching as many people as possible. So I was just curious, if there was any sort of results that, we've had that, to really help people make the decision to go forward with getting the vaccine.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner Morris.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. I want to understand, for the public's sake, the sign-up process now for vaccinations. 2 weeks ago, I asked about the VRAS and we were sort of moving into it. Is that now the sole way for folks to sign up for vaccinations? And whether it is or not, can people who are not currently in 1A as expanded sign up for when they do get put into 1A?
I can start addressing that, or I can have Doug address it. I mean, do you want to do it? Or you're pointing at me. Okay.
No, I can do it, ma'am, if you
Okay,
want.
please do it. Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, as of this week, we are mostly VRAS, and I would say that's the easiest way to do it. There's a Vaccinate Georgia website that they go to and sign up. To answer your question, when they added the new groups to the list this week, they had to update their website to include those groups. So you will be asked questions, and if you don't qualify, then you can't make an appointment. But you can make an appointment or call the state call center to make appointment if you're challenged by whatever it may be. But for the bulk of our appointments, other than we're reserving for some of our equity initiatives, for the bulk of our appointments, they're open source on the state website.
And so if you're asked the questions and do not qualify for a current vaccination appointment, there is not, like on our old system at the county, a waiting list. Is that correct?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see, anyone else at this time? Well, I personally believe and feel that this has been a great report, something we ought to be celebrating and applauding. And I think the manager's statement earlier that if we were a state, we would be in the top 10. That is great news. My hats are off to everyone who's been involved in this effort to date. And Mr. Manager, you like
got a plan
yes.
to kind of wrap our agenda.
Yeah,
so
maybe when you finish, we can take those last two sections and we'll go into the hard stuff.
Yes, sir. So that's
reopening in there.
And the emergency rental. So the suggestion is, commissioners, we will finish with the brief update on reopening, and there is new news on behavioral health. And I know everyone's interested in emergency rental. So we can do those two things, I think, before lunch or before your executive session break. And then we'll come back with a very important discussion, which are the broad contours of a plan relative to the 200 million. What I do want to say as we finish this section, I think we have shown consistently that we out-execute every county, and even as just referenced in some cases states. I think whether it's testing, where we do more than all counties, vaccines, where we would be in the top 10 to 15 of states, or don't forget the first mover that you encouraged and funded us to do on community support. I think we've clearly shown huge amounts of leadership. I would also say that has been driven by a set of data-based strategies utilizing federal support, and both of those are critical. And on the federal support side, thus far, I have personally signed for. So I'm nonplussed by any admonitions to stay in lanes. We'll continue to provide our best thinking to you as a board and remain in compliance with the feds because getting a visit from an IG is not on my agenda. In the end, I think we'll execute any decision that this board comes up with. And again, as I've already said, we out-execute anyone that we could be compared with. So again, we're prepared to do so. It's not as simple, I don't think, as it was characterized earlier. And again, we look forward to presenting this plan after executive session. So we're glad to now cover these next two subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam CEO, the reopening plan updates at you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And we will be brief. Next slide. We are making significant progress on our gating criteria indicators, and with our fingers crossed and some encouragement from Doug, I think that we will be green all the way across if our progress continues at our next meeting. And as a result of that, I expect to bring together a more comprehensive reopening plan as opposed to sort of the one-off thinking that we have been presenting to you over the last several weeks, which hasn't been bad, but I think it's time for us to start planning comprehensively for reopening now. And so you'll be hearing that at the next meeting. Next slide. We've got 9 new COVID positive employees, which brings our total on the next slide to 337 since we began tracking. Next slide, please. Next slide. And then today we will be presenting, I'll ask Latrina to walk us through a plan that is a phased plan to reopen adolescent behavioral health services based on her assessment of fatigue within our adolescent behavioral health clients with the continued virtual access to their services. So I'm very excited to share that. On jury trials, we are working, particularly IT and DREAM, with our court partners, with Alton Adams and Ellis Kirby leading those discussions to provide access to resources for the courts to resume jury trials on a limited basis in April. So looking forward to that activity as well. Since we last spoke, we opened the second tax commissioner's office and all things are running smoothly. Dr. Ferdinand is very thankful and supportive for all of the help that has gone into making that happen. So while we're taking incremental steps to reopening, there's a lot of progress in that regard. Next slide. Latrina, who is on with us virtually, will quickly take us through her thinking around a phased reopening for adolescent behavioral health services.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you, Anna. As Anna stated, we looked at our delivery of child and adolescent services, and I must say, we have continued to provide services through telehealth, which is, of course, through a virtual platform. And in order to mitigate the impact of what we're now calling Zoom fatigue, we're looking at providing access to our clients to have face-to-face services upon request. So what we're proposing is that next week on the 22nd, we would open Adamsville Regional Health Center in the clubhouse for youth, for staff only. And then on the 29th, we will do a 5-week trial allowing clients to access the facilities for 5 weeks, contingent upon the outcome of those 5 weeks. Then we would open up Oak Hill Child and Adolescent Family Center, continue with the clubhouse, and continue with Adamsville Regional Health Center as well. So our proposal is to open 3 facilities by May 1st.
Thank you, Latrina.
You're welcome.
Just a quick update on emergency rental assistance since we had a significant event in the progress of this program, commissioners. As you are aware from our written correspondence last week, we did make a decision to temporarily halt applications so that we can dedicate resources to the effort to adjudicate those applications. At the conclusion of our application period, again, which closed Monday at 5 p.m., we recorded 15,333 tenant applications and 1,851 landlord applications. I do want to point out that many of those are still in progress. The majority, in fact, on the tenant side, 8,500 of them. That means that the applications have been started in the system, but have not completed. The supporting documentation hasn't been provided, and or the application is otherwise in a pending status and hasn't even been moved forward for landlord participation in that process as well. So waiting on individuals within that process to complete their application so that we can move on to adjudicating them. The ones that do say submitted are in a process that we can begin adjudications, and that process has began. And this week, we've worked very closely with the finance department to issue some payments on those that have been approved so far. So good progress happening there. We are concerned about the lag in adjudications. And so Dr. Rochelle and her team have discussed and are putting in place augmented resources to be able to double down on the effort to work through these applications. And that includes redirecting some resources from the call center that we anticipate to ramp down towards adjudication. She is also staffing up through our temporary staffing agency to be able to address adjudications. And so the next time we report to you on this program, you will see sort of an increased pace in adjudication of the emergency rental assistance applications. Next slide. Commissioners, we wanted to provide just a quick snapshot for you of the impact of this program across the county, except for the very, very far north and very, very far south areas. There are a significant number of applications received from across districts and across the county toward this program. We did have a version of this map which plotted all of our applications, and there were significant applications within the city of Atlanta and also outside of Fulton County. Based on the criteria for our program, we will be disapproving those applications, and the ones for the city of Atlanta in particular, we are planning to sort of create a batch file and provide that information to the leadership at the city of Atlanta so they have perhaps a starting point when they begin their program for those applicants that entered information into our system. So we're doing that as a courtesy, which is a warm handoff of those who don't qualify for Fulton County funds within the city of Atlanta. This also represents one of 2 or 3 charts that we will use to update the mayors on progress. The second will be a table by city that shows things like the total number of applications, where they are in the assessment process, and whether or not they have been paid out. So you will see that forwarded on to our mayors as a way to improve our communications, or increase, I should say, our communications with them on progress in between meetings. Next slide. Commissioners, this is the final slide. Just wanted to also give you a snapshot, not just of where those applications are coming from, but also the total call on the very limited resources that we have in hand now. We have a total amount in requests of $44.4 million. 40 million of that is in rental assistance and 4 in utility assistance. As you know, our original award was $18 million, which does not meet the complete need here that is requested. But we are anticipating additional funding in the American Recovery Act. And we do expect, or we will be requesting, that the board allocate some of the total award to the county towards this effort, so that we can say that we've addressed all the need in the emergency rental assistance area in Fulton County. So I'm looking forward to that. We continue to capture data in preparation for our quarterly reporting that is required to the Treasury. And we'll be providing drafts of that report to the board for your awareness as well. And very excitingly, we are working with the county auditor, Anthony Nix, to support us in the monitoring of this program as well. We have engaged in a really creative engagement with him, where it is not necessarily an audit of the program that he is coming in to do, but he and his team have agreed to support us to ensure that the monitoring is consistent with the Treasury guidelines. And they will be looking at some post-payment activity to ensure that the process has been followed, and providing guidance along the way. So that concludes this section of our reopening presentation, which included our employee positives, our DBHDD first steps, as well as emergency rental assistance. Mr. Chairman, we're ready for questions.
Thank you, Madam COO. It is 12:50. We have Houseman, Morris, Hall, and Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Houseman, time is 12:50.
Yes, thank you. Real quick, that 44 million that we've received applications for rental assistance, does that include the outliers in Atlanta and other jurisdictions and those that don't qualify as well?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
is that the ones that qualify?
No, ma'am, they do not. That's not the amount for those that are qualified. That is the total amount of applications, including those that will be denied outside of Fulton and in the city of Atlanta.
Well, I think it'd be helpful for us to break that down when you do that report so that we know when we do get the new assistance money, what sort of ratio we're looking at maybe to supplement the current program. I know the state's got a program. It's my understanding we don't qualify, or none of our residents qualify because we have our own funding. So I just think that would be helpful to us as we move into this next phase of how we reallocate this next wave of funding that we get.
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, I just want to say, I certainly do have Zoom fatigue myself, and I'm really happy to see the reopening plan for county services. Ms. Roach, I hope that you're also going to readjust the look at when the Board of Commissioners should resume. If we're going to have jury trials, for example, in April, it seems like the Board of Commissioners should be meeting in person as well.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, one of my questions was addressed by Commissioner Hausman, but the number of approved and denied, I think 92 approved, 500 and something denied, is a pretty strong ratio. Are most of those denials just automatic because they are in Atlanta, for example? Or have you adjudicated them and there are other reasons for the denials? Just to generally, I'm not looking for specifics.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner Morris. We would like to issue what we call batch denials to those applications that are out of our funding jurisdiction so that they can quickly apply to their appropriate jurisdiction. So what you're seeing here is a reflection of those batch denials that we're doing that we know almost off the bat don't qualify because of jurisdictional purposes.
Great, thanks. I was hoping that we weren't just denying 90%.
No,
legitimate. Thank you.
All right, 12:55, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it relates to the slide on page 26, called Emergency Rental Assistance, can you please explain what abandoned means and what denied means?
Yes, so I'll start with the latter, Commissioner Hall. The word denies means that we have denied an application for emergency rental assistance because the individual who applied does not meet the criteria for either the federal guidelines or in this case, on the front end of our evaluations, it's really mostly because they're outside of our funding jurisdiction. On abandoned, that we believe the majority of those abandoned calls people are hanging up when they call our call center because we have a very long script of information. And what's likely happening is that their question about the program is being answered within the script. And so they don't wait to talk to a representative because their questions are being answered. And so that counts within the way that we manage our call center. It counts within abandoned calls as well.
Is there any way to ensure that that is the case? Because I know I have called many places and had those long scripts and just got tired and didn't want to hear it. And I may have just pressed 0 to see if it would take me directly to a person and it didn't work and I just hung up. So is there any way to ensure that they're not just hanging up because they don't want to hear the long script?
No, there's no way for us to assure that because we don't know what they're thinking when they do hang up. But it does, the way it's captured in our data from our call center reporting is as an abandoned call. Anybody who dials the number and then hangs up before being connected to a representative is deemed abandoned.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. I'm sorry, I was having an issue. I'll make it quick, Chair, relative of time. I just want to go on record as a duly elected commissioner of the District 6. with a very relevant resolution today. It is the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, it's 1 o'clock, hard stop. I will entertain a motion to recess for lunch, real estate matters and executive session, personnel and litigation.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Arrington,
Yes.
Abdul-Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. So let us, now everyone has the number for executive session, correct, staff? Okay, so at 1:15, we will begin.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I think it's not a number, but for executive session, but it's for, there's a Zoom. That's what we want to go into, not the executive session phone number, correct?
this, Madam Clerk.
The alternative Zoom link.
For
What?
the county attorney, it would be the phone number for the county attorney to do executive session.
Can you hear the clerk, Mr. Commissioner Ellis?
My question is, are we going into, kind of the personnel a portion of executive session for which we were given a Zoom link?
The first portion will be the county attorney's agenda, and following that will be the applicants for county attorney.
Okay, I'll dial that phone number then. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
can we just make note that Kenneth Herman sent us an email at 12:55 saying that 1:30 is the time when we would be going into the Zoom?
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll start at 1:15? Yes, all right. Are we off? Without objection, colleagues will resume the regular order of business. And we had completed the first part of the county manager's report. I believe we're on page 30 now, emergency response reserve update in the American Recovery Act. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. And Sharon Whitmore, the Chief Financial
Actually,
Officer.
I'm not getting ahead of myself. Let's take the action items from the executive session first.
Is there a motion to approve a settlement in the amount of $6,200 in Sherry Rao, B. Theodore Jackson, and Mark Adger, United States District Court, Northern District of Georgia, Civil Action File number 118 CV 04424, and as well authorizing the chairman to execute the settlement agreement?
So moved.
Second, let's vote. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman. I vote yes.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Continue, Madam Clerk, Madam County Attorney.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation that were items 2, 3, and 4 on the executive session agenda?
So moved.
I'll second. Let's vote, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
That's all you have? All right, then, okay.
We,
Hello?
personnel items, correct?
Yes, they're next.
Okay.
I move to appoint Dr. Karen Sullivan as a medical examiner at a salary of $265,000 per year. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, I move to appoint William Yates as the police chief at a salary of $144,000 per year. Is there a second?
Second.
I properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, commissioners. Madam Clerk, now actually, county manager, back to you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, commissioners. We will now move into a discussion of the reserve update, and then again, importantly, the American Recovery Act summary, and Sharon Whitmore, the Chief Financial Officer, will lead that discussion.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Sharon, Chief Financial Officers. I do have, as the manager indicated, a brief update on our emergency reserve fund, and then some information to share with you relative to the most recent stimulus package. Next slide, please. With regard to the $45.7 million that the county has set aside and reserved in the general fund to fund our continued emergency response efforts, we have through March the 12th committed 35.5 of that, leaving 10.2 unobligated, and we have paid out a total of $3.1 million. We made no change from the last reporting period relative to movements of funds within the budgeted allocation for these resources. Next slide, please. With regard to the emergency rental assistance program, as Ms. Roach indicated during her presentation, we have made some movement on the adjudication process and released the first payments this week. And that resulted in a payment of a little more than $60,000. It covered about 12 applicants. So we are now showing that in the report to you, and we will continue to update this as we make payments on applicants' behalf, as well as once we begin to receive invoices associated with our actual administrative costs incurred. Of note, the plan is to continue to make payments on behalf of applicants on Tuesdays and Thursdays of each week in order to ensure that funds are released as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. We have prepared some information to brief you on the fiscal recovery funds and other resources that were made available as part of the American Recovery Plan Act that was.
Madam CFO, hold on one second before you get to that. I believe Commissioner Arrington had his hand up on the rental assistance. Commissioner Arrington?
Okay, thank you. I was just going to ask, and maybe it's a question for the entire group, but to the extent that we committed 45 million from the general fund, we did that at a time before this new $1.9 billion passed. So I guess my question is, would we use that 45 million from the new act and to cover those COVID expenses instead of our general fund money?
Commissioner, we actually consider that as part of this presentation. In a later slide, you'll see where we've pooled all of those resources together as part of our comprehensive recommendation for potential uses of all of the resources.
Okay, so then your recommendation is going to be to continue to use that 45 million from general fund as well, in addition to whatever we get from the feds.
Yes, sir, as part of the comprehensive recommendation. Okay, so continuing on then, the deck that I'm about to share with you includes information specifically about the fiscal recovery funds, which are a component of the overall American Recovery Plan. These are the funds that were made available specifically to state and local governments, and there was a bucket of resources that were made available to cities and to counties directly. So that's where we're going to start the deck at today. Next slide, please. So for these fiscal recovery funds, there are at least 5 specific items that have been identified as allowable uses. And I've listed them all here, and I'll just take a minute to read them out. The first one identified is to respond to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 or its negative economic impacts. And that includes assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. The second item of allowable use is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers of the county that are performing such essential work, or by providing grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers who perform essential work. The third item is as an allowable use is for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue. And that is the reduction in revenue that was due to the public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year of the county prior to the emergency starting, which was January 2020. And so that would be looking back really at our 2019 revenues, because that would have been the most recent full fiscal year that the county had completed prior to the start of the emergency. The fourth item is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. And the fifth item is that it's specified that state and local governments are allowed to transfer to private nonprofit organizations a public benefit corporation involved in transportation of passengers or cargo, or a special purpose unit of state or state and local government. Next slide, please. The Act also spelled out some very specific disallowed uses of the funds, as well as some other administrative requirements. So the first item that's a disallowed use is that states are not allowed to use the funds to either directly or indirectly offset a reduction in net tax revenue. The second is that we cannot use the funds as a deposit to any pension fund. So we can't use these funds to meet our required contributions to our pension funds. And then the items 3 and 4 are really sort of in the other requirements category. And it simply addresses the fact that if we fail to comply with law or the related guidelines associated with the Act, then we would be required to repay the funds to Treasury. That language is very similar to the language that we saw with the CARES Act, but I felt like we needed to make sure that we included it in the presentation. And then lastly, there was a specific definition of premium pay provided in the legislation. And it states that it's an additional amount up to $13 per hour that is paid to an eligible worker for work during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it imposes a cap of $25,000 for any single eligible worker. So those are the general lists, if you will, of the allowed and disallowed uses of the funds, as well as some general requirements. Next slide, please. Continuing on, some other information that's relevant to these funds is timing of receipt of the funds. Unlike the CARES Act funds, we will not receive the full allocation in one payment. It will be split into 2 different tranches of payments. The first payment will come within 60 days of the enactment of the legislation, and it will be 50% of our allocated amount. So we should receive that in 2021. And then we would receive the remainder no earlier than 12 months from the date of the first payment. So if we received our funds in April of 2021, then we would receive the second half of the payment in April or May of 2022. The spending deadline on these funds is December 31st of 2024. So we have a longer runway to be able to fully expend these funds. So this is a little different than what we had with the CARES Act. Gives us a little more time to utilize the funds that will be provided. And then there are some reporting requirements. The Act just mentioned these, that there will be periodic reports due to Treasury from March 3rd until the funds are fully expended. We will have to report how the funds are used and how any tax revenue was modified. And then lastly, it was stated in the reporting requirement section again that any non-compliance would result in repayment of funds to the U.S. Treasury. With regard to all of these allowances, disallowances, and requirements, these are all the items that you could extract from the legislation itself. This is the information that was essentially pulled together from NACO and provided to all counties as a general background for the funds. We do expect that there will be additional guidance provided out of Treasury around these funds in the near future, much like we experienced with the CARES Act funds will more than likely come in the form of some general guidance and FAQs. So we are still waiting to see that guidance come forward. A couple of things that we have asked specifically for McGuire Woods to take a look at is the coverage period associated with the funds. The act is very specific about when the funds have to be spent by, but it's not clear whether or not and how far back you may be able to go to recapture any expenses that you may have already incurred. So we are researching that, as well as gaining some clarification around the premium pay component to be certain of what would be allowable within that category as well. So we will continue to work with the county attorney's office, with McGuire Woods, and as we await any additional guidance from Treasury on the use of the funds. Next slide, please. The manager mentioned this in his opening remarks. We thought that it would be good to share with you what the total award is inside the boundaries of the county itself. As the manager mentioned, Fulton County government will receive an estimated $206.3 million, while all of the cities within the county will receive $331.7. So that brings the total estimated infusion into the county's overall economy over the next 3 or 4 years to $538 million, which is not an insignificant sum of resources to be made available. Next slide, please. Again, we pulled this information from a document provided by NACO. These are the individual estimates for allocations. For the county, it's $206.3 million. For the 3 cities that were identified as entitlement cities within Fulton County, it's a total of $207 million. And for all the other municipalities, it's a total of $124 million, which again, together adds up to the 538. So you can just see from this that there is an opportunity for every city within the county to receive funds through this funding vehicle. Next slide, please. As we sat and talked and thought through the approach to making recommendations around the use of the funds, and knowing that the cities would all be receiving funds directly, we had the thought that the county would likely desire to focus the use of our funding around the same countywide service areas that we currently are providing services to residents throughout the county, while allowing the cities to focus on their very specific and immediate community needs that they know are important to them and their constituents. Next slide, please. To the question that Commissioner Arrington raised earlier about the county's $45.7 million that we set aside, what we wanted to do with this slide is to show you all of the resources that we currently are aware of that have specific dollar amounts associated with them. So in this pie chart, we've tried to identify them. And I'm just going to start on the left-hand side and work my way around. As you already know, we received the first emergency rental assistance program funding earlier this year. That was $18 million. We've received some communication that the second round of emergency rental assistance program funding will be in about the $14 million range. So that would give us a total of about $32 million to be made available specifically for the emergency rental program. We've received previously through the Consolidated Appropriations Act about $90,000 for airport funding. There are additional resources in the American Recovery Plan, but we don't have a specific dollar amount associated with those yet. We also received about $900,000 towards the end of last year for some workforce programming. And then we have the $45.7 million that the county set aside in its general fund to be able to continue our response effort while we awaited any additional federal funds that may be made available. Those are the resources that we have drawn upon and put into play in order to be able to stand up the vaccination sites that we have operating, that we have in place and operating now to support the Board of Health and emergency management in those activities. And then lastly, this $206.3 million in the fiscal recovery funds, of course, that will be paid over the next 24, paid over to us across the next 12 months. And all of those together total about $285 million in resources, known resources that we have available to continue to address any of the impacts or effects of the pandemic. In the bottom left-hand corner, we've identified other areas that have been specifically called out in the legislation, but we do not have a dollar amount yet associated with them. So there is a mortgage assistance allocation that's been set aside in the program that is likely to come to us through, we believe, through the HOME program, but we're not 100% sure. There are a variety of other health and human service programs, some senior service, some other housing initiatives, some other type of assistance programs that are, again, specifically identified in the legislation, but there's no set dollar amount yet. We also have the ability to seek direct reimbursement for costs associated with the vaccine and testing programs through FEMA, and we are working with Matt Kallmeyer and his team to develop a plan around which of our costs we might be willing to move forward through that program in order to free up funds from elsewhere within the current sources that we have. And as I mentioned previously, there is some additional funding for airports in the American Recovery Plan, as well as a emergency connectivity fund that the library may be able to tap into in order to provide resources that our library patrons could use to be able to establish Wi-Fi and internet connectivity for their own use, to either be able to use to support their need to be able to work remotely, or for any sort of continued virtual learning that may be necessary as we move forward. So this graph again is simply to show you the total amount of resources that we had available to work with as we thought through all of the potential uses. Next slide, please. Again, I think the manager mentioned this in his remarks. Much like we did at the beginning of the pandemic last year when we initially developed our response, we developed it around these three primary prongs, if you will, the health response, operational stability, and community needs. And so we have, again, planned to make recommendations around those three primary areas, and all of the recommendations, of course, within those areas we believe will have an impact on our overall economic recovery within the county. Next slide, please. And so ultimately, as we thought through the allocation of the $285 million that we have available to us, and each of these priority areas that we've established, this slide shares with you really sort of where we landed in our thought process. Under health response, we came to the conclusion that what we would recommend would be items that would allow us to continue to improve vaccine availability and acceptance within our community. Mike, can I get you to move that? Everybody, yeah, thank you. And so we have four major recommendations in this regard that we would use these funds, and we've looked at 60 million as what we would target to use out of the 285 for this area. And we would use this to continue to support our vaccination and testing programs in an effort to be able to significantly improve our access in minority communities. That we would develop a communication campaign to combat vaccine hesitancy and increase acceptance within our minority communities. And that we would look to use some of these resources to build our public health and emergency management infrastructure in such a way as that we can maintain a long-term response capability should this transition from just being a pandemic to something being more endemic and long-lasting, where we would need to be able to continue to test and continue to have vaccination clinics and vaccination locations available for some longer period of time. And then lastly, of course, to be able to acquire the PPE and any other supplies that are necessary for these active testing and vaccination sites to continue to operate. And we felt that based on the current funding level that we had identified to support the vaccine and testing programs, that an allocation of 60 million would cover us through this year and into next year, if necessary. In the operational stability area, our overarching objective or goal, if you will, is to ensure that county facilities are safe for employees and citizens. To that end, we've identified a need for about 125 million to put towards this area. And the manager mentioned many of these items in his remarks earlier, but we would be looking to ensure that county facilities are pandemic proof, if you will, that we ensure that we can return our staff and customers into our facilities in such a way that will allow for proper social distancing, will allow for the same within the same physical footprint, allow us to space out workstations appropriately and be able to reduce the total number of employees that would be in those locations at any one point in time. We would also recommend some type of a premium pay program for employees, something that would be in line with the allowable use of the fiscal recovery funds. We would also ensure that we continue our PPE inventory for county employees and for the public coming into county facilities. And then probably the single largest item in this category is being able to develop and fund a major court backlog project and also pandemic proofing our courtrooms, for any future COVID related type of incident. In this particular area, this would involve essentially developing a 36-month backlog project that would double the size of our current courtroom capacity, and allow for the current backlog of cases that we have to be worked down over the 36-month timeframe, while maintaining any new cases that come into the system during that same period of time. If we choose not to do this, then we will continue to have issues with the total number of individuals housed in the Fulton County Jail. And we will have a backlog for a much longer period of time. And then lastly, in this area, we've identified as one of our primary proposals to ensure that we provide whatever technology needs would be generated from continuing to maintain virtual services that have been initiated during the pandemic, as well as potentially expanding on those virtual services and being able to continue to support the remote workforce. And this would also include any technology, continued technology needs that we would have to be able to address our courtroom related issues as part of that backlog project. And then the last area is the community needs area. Our primary objective here was to ensure that residents and businesses recover from the pandemic disruption. And we've identified $100 million to that point. The major areas that we looked at in community needs is to, through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is to ensure that any eligible applicant for rental assistance outside the city of Atlanta receives assistance. Also, we would look to provide funding for safety net services with our qualified nonprofits for COVID-related needs. This item specifically, our thought process there was around a number of applications that we were not able to fund out of the current year's CSP allocation. We felt like we could use these resources to fund anything that is currently not funded that is specifically related to the effect or the impact of COVID. We would also look to use some of these funds to support a mortgage assistance program, including whatever amount may come from the mortgage assistance funds that have been set aside out of the American Recovery Act. We don't have a specific dollar amount on that yet. But our thought process on this is that to the extent that we would be able to manage a mortgage assistance program using the infrastructure that we've established for the rental assistance program, that we would already be in a better position to administer that program moving forward. And then the last three items that we've identified include establishing a long-term economic development revolving loan program. We felt like this would provide us with a way to put into play resources that would meet an immediate need, but would also be self-funding in the sense that it would be revolving, meaning that these would be loans, not grants, and the repayment of the loans would provide the resources for future loans to be made. Also, we gave consideration to the infrastructure that we had already developed through ACE with our CARES Act funds, and thought that something similar to that would be very doable with these resources as well. We would also look to develop and coordinate a long-term network of providers to address food insecurity. and have some resources available to support that effort. We do hear and see a lot about food insecurity, well, pre-pandemic as well as now. So we know that the need is out there. And we know that there are a number of providers who do an excellent job of providing services. We really hope to just sort of step in and serve as a hub and be a resource to help those providers identify resources, as well as to be able to connect residents who may be in need with the network of providers in order for them to seek assistance. And then lastly, of course, we think that we should provide some funding towards a job training and retraining program for impacted and displaced workers whose industries may have been more severely impacted during this pandemic than others, and whose industries may take longer to recover than others. So those are the allocations: 60 million for health response, 125 million towards operational stability, and 100 million towards community needs. Next slide, please. And so as we look at what we would need to do moving forward, we want to, of course, continue to identify resources that may be available to the county through the American Recovery Plan or the Consolidated Appropriations Act. And then make sure that we identify those resources. If they are grant oriented, that we submit any grant applications timely, and that we have a solid plan in place for executing on those. We also want to more fully develop the recommendations around the potential use of these funds and timing of receipt of the fiscal recovery funds. So we need to spend a little bit more time really sort of laying out the plan of when some of these costs that we've identified would actually be incurred, and then mapping those out against the timing of the receipt of these two major tranches of funds. As I stated earlier, we have been in conversation with Matt around what items we could seek reimbursement through FEMA on in order to free up these other resources to put, towards perhaps some of the items identified in the use, to be able to increase our allocation towards some of those items. And then lastly, we will, of course, continue our current response effort using our general fund resources until we actually receive the fiscal recovery funds and the second allocation of emergency rental assistance, and any of the other funds that are and or will be made available to the county. And with that, unless Mr. Anderson has anything that he wants to add, I think we're ready to take your questions or comments and feedback on the recommendations.
So thank you, Ms. Whitmore, for that summary. Hopefully this is taken in the spirit that it was offered, which is, this is, like I said, initially broad contours of a plan. We did start with the notion, just like we did with 104 million, what is really in compliance and what is not. So we kept an eye on that. And again, we extended the approach that we used for the 104 million in terms of the three pillars. So I think that served us well. I think as you look down the list, this is, again, a starting point. So some of these, like I said up front, I think are unavoidable, like the backlog reduction project in the courts. Others are ones that you could certainly look at and say, I would rather do one thing versus another, or I would rather double down on one of these versus doing something else. I think that's obviously very appropriate. I also think in the health response, and that this is for COVID relief. It's an immediate intention, and getting the virus under control is the first step in economic recovery. We wanted to make sure that we did absolutely as much as possible in vaccinations, and where the lever really exists there, where the money would be spent more than not, is in mobile distribution. That solves, I think, a number of problems: equity, access, and really creativity in terms of providing that vaccination in perhaps through a distribution that's not the government, but rather through a nonprofit. So, Mr. Chairman, we're again prepared to take any questions and obviously any direction that the board might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. I have 3 lined up so far: Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me say thank you for presenting that. I'm glad to see, which is what I thought, that you had all already started on putting it together, such as me and my actual office as well, based on the calls and the constituents' needs. The first thing that concerns me, though, is I keep hearing American Recovery Act versus American Rescue Plan. Is there a reason why there's a different terminology?
No, ma'am, I would probably misspoke. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, County Manager. And the only reason that I ask you that is because when one thinks of rescue, they think of help. When one thinks of recovery, they think of getting back, recovering back. And so I just want us to both be on the same page of what we're trying to do with the American Rescue Plan. So thank you for clearing that up for me, County Manager. Also, Sharon said you all anticipate 14 million for the rental. Can you identify where that's coming from and maybe an anticipated date?
Commissioner, those funds are separately called out in the American Rescue Plan. And they should be coming from Treasury, like the first emergency rental assistance program funds came from. And I have not seen anything date specific yet.
Okay. The reason I was asking Sharon, because Sharon, I know you know where the money is, or most of the time you know when it's coming, you can track it. And so that 14 million for the rental, that should be considered inside the 206?
That is separate and apart from the 206 million.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up, because I was thinking that it was part of it. Okay. Also, have you all had an opportunity to see the to actually see the resolution that I have that's going to be presented today? Have you all had a chance to see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what I want to go on record with you all, especially the county manager, in the resolution, as I follow everything that you all said, it looks like we are on the same page. But the only thing that I wanted to clear up is that across this county, we have people that are hurting, people that are on the verge of being homeless. We have businesses that are getting ready to close their doors, that are holding on by a needle and thread. And also we have schools that are getting ready to let out. And we also have employees that are the lifeblood of Fulton County. We could not do what we have done if we did not have the backs of employees that had to step to the plate. They had to be educators, and they had to also keep the banner of the exceptional customer service that Fulton County is known for. And so, whereas this resolution in some eyes may not seem relevant, what I want to say here to you all, I want to be on the same page with you all. This resolution is only to ask, when you all do what you all are supposed to do, is to identify the areas that you understand that there are constituents from Palmetto to Alpharetta, from Bankhead to Buckhead, they can't wait on a loan program. The ton of PPE that I personally seen in the warehouse does not put food on the table, nor does it keep the lights on, nor does it keep a family from being evicted. And I'm not saying that the county manager and everyone else doesn't know that, but clearly I want to go on record today that I have talked to over 1,500 citizens in Fulton County and businesses. And so my goal is to not only be on record for Fulton County as to what you all are receiving, my goal is to not have an adversarial role when people are hurting. So I would hope that everything that I have laid out, and I've watched your presentation, I hope that everything that I have laid out covers everything that you have said. And I also hope that we can come away from this meeting knowing that as commissioners, we have an elected duty to hear the cries of the people that are hurting in Fulton County, as well as the businesses. Now, I do understand, Sharon, and I want you to correct me if I am wrong. The money that you all have to come in, the 206, which we'll get the half of it within 60 days, and we'll get the rest down the road. That has no bearing on the money that's gonna go to the sister cities. You all have no control over the money that goes to the municipalities. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. The money will go directly to the municipalities, and they will have to follow the same requirements for the use of the funds we have.
Okay. Okay, and my last question to you, Sharon, is this. When our county manager had to sign for that 18 million, it was very stringent. You all could not defer. The sitting commissioners could not reach out to the county manager and say, I think it's $1,500 you should give as opposed to $1,300. You all had to go by a strict letter of what you all had to do in order to make sure you were in compliance. It was very strict. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The eligibility criteria were spelled out very clearly for the rental assistance program.
Now, my next question to you is, with the American Rescue Plan, is it just as strict? Is there some leeway? Does it allow you, in conjunction with the commissioners, is it for you all only to decide? Or is it for us to come together with recommendations as the need? With, of course, you all having the final say-so, so to speak, to bring to us for us to vote on. But if that is incorrect, please correct me.
There are those disallowed uses, the allowable uses and the disallowable uses are specifically spelled out in the legislation. We are still waiting to see if there will be any additional specific guidance that comes out of the Treasury Department around how the funds are to be utilized. Really, once we have those two pieces, it is then between county leadership and the Board of Commissioners to ultimately decide how the funds will be used, so long as they the uses comply with those items that are specifically called out in the legislation and comply with the guidance provided by Treasury. And right now we don't, the piece we're missing is the specific guidance provided by Treasury.
Okay, so my final question to you, Sharon, since you said you've already seen my resolution, does my resolution give you the authority, or does it support everything that you have shown on this slide today?
The resolution, I believe, would grant the authority for us to, if a certification is required for these funds, I do think that the resolution would allow us to move forward with accepting the funds and submitting the certification. In reviewing the items that you identified as priorities and set aside, the only one that you've listed specifically that I feel like we would need to maybe take a different approach with is your item number 2, a substantial pay raise for all full and part-time county employees. I don't believe the language in the American Rescue Plan in the portion for the local fiscal recovery funds. I don't believe that the language that's in the act there necessarily would allow for number 2 as written. Certainly some individuals would be covered by that, but I don't believe that it would just be an across the board type of situation. So that's the one area that when I review your resolution, that gave me a little bit of concern about whether or not the recovery funds would be the appropriate source for something like that.
So Sharon, what I say to you is this then, should we strike the word all? Because the way that it is written, ultimately, the authority is going to allow you all or sit with the county manager to make sure that we're in compliance. And so that's why I put in there what I did. But if you would prefer for me to strike the word all for full compliance for your needs, I have absolutely no problem with that.
Language that maybe if instead of necessarily tying it specifically to the the 206 million, if you just ask us to develop a plan for some sort of a, premium pay or hazard pay, or if it is to be a raise for all county employees, that we look at it from other sources. And then we need to consider the recurring nature of that. Would it be a one-time payment, so something more akin to a one-time bonus versus a recurring cost? Because then those recurring costs we have to build into our general fund budget.
So Sharon, I would say, since you said premium pay, we would change it to premium pay, keeping in mind that I said conformance with the law, which here again, I'm on the record saying that this is just a guideline. You all are going to basically do the nuts and the bolts of it, because this is not the only 4 things. These was just only 4 things that we had identified based on the citizens and the businesses of Fulton County. And so if we do premium pay as opposed to what's wording in there now, would that be acceptable?
A premium pay plan, I think that would be sufficient.
Okay, so that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
I know I'm next, but based on the previous line of questioning, can I have the county attorney address some of those questions, because they were in reference to a resolution, and I want to just get a legal opinion on those questions. Seems more appropriate.
You understand what she's asking?
I'm not sure that I understand the
Could you
question, but
repeat
it's
the question, Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Hall?
I said I would like to ask the county attorney to address the questions that were just asked as it relates to the resolution, because I'd like to have a legal opinion on the wording of the resolution instead of just the chief financial officer, because generally resolutions are vetted by our county attorney. So if you could respond to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman's questions, Madam County Attorney.
okay. Well, I consider the resolution to be a policy issue as opposed to anything else. And so if the policy that the commissioner wants to set forth is that the board will prioritize these matters, if everyone agree, if all the other board members agree to that, then you can prioritize these matters to the extent that they comply with the plan. And so yeah, so I do think that the premium pay is an issue as opposed to substantial pay raise, because even if you say substantial pay raise, if that's not in accordance with the plan, because the plan limits the premium pay to $13 an hour, and then there's a maximum as well. So if the intention here is to comply with the plan, then I'm again, it's his policy language as opposed to anything else. And so the plan that will actually put in place by the county manager will prioritize these matters in compliance with the plan. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And since it is my turn to ask the questions, I want to add to that. I agree with Commissioner Abdul-Rahman that there are specific areas of need in our communities, and I thank her for thinking of them and putting them into a resolution. But I do want to make sure that the resolution does not conflict or create a conflict for the county manager and the county staff, because I want to thank the county manager and staff, county executive team, and the departments and staff that contributed to putting together this presentation, because it's very extensive, and it does have a substantial list of the uses of the American Rescue Plan. And you did it so fast because I'm still reading the American Rescue Plan. I was looking through various sections of it and just trying to pull out information. So this is very helpful. But I want to make sure that we are not in conflict with what you're trying to do by asking you to prioritize and utilize and set aside part of the federal rescue funds for specific areas, because in your presentation, you actually have a lot more uses listed than there are in the resolution. And so, Madam County Attorney, with the resolution, put them in a situation where they're addressing only a few specific areas and prioritizing instead of addressing all of these areas, and maybe perhaps we can pull some of the things off the resolution and add them to this list of potential uses. And I also want to just ask that there's a specific area. I was reading section 2922 of that American Rescue Plan that speaks about grandparents' kinship care. And we started to work on an actual grandparents' kinship care program for Fulton County. Ladisa and others actually pulled together from the county executive team with myself and Miss Imogene from the senior community and others to look at a grandparents' kinship care program. And what I want everyone to consider is the fact that when COVID-19 impacted everyone, there were families where there were caregivers who were 55 and older of the senior community who were taking care of the children in their families. And they were put in a very negative position due to COVID-19 in trying to support those children. And so I would hope that we could add that to our list of uses to assist and support those grand families and those kinship families in which the primary caregiver is an adult age 55 or older, or the child has one or more disabilities. So if you could add that to the list, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO, Madam COO. And let me see.
Chair, point of information, please. Like a silly ball.
What? Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Can we get the clerk to read that last paragraph, please? Because I think Commissioner Hall, because we want to make sure that the county manager and those within that office do their job. I'm very adamant about them doing their job and me doing mine. So I want to be fair to the fact that they are going to bring back what we need to have and vote on it. This is just a policy. So this thing may would be several pages long if we took everything. And so if you don't mind, Chair, and if you wouldn't mind indulging me, can we get the clerk to read that last paragraph where it says, be it further resolved? And I think that would answer Commissioner Hall's concerns.
Rockman, you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, we could stay here all day and continue to add to it, but I think what your resolution does puts us on record in support of activities that we would like to see funded with this money. And I think that the manager and his team have made a great first step, but in the final analysis, it will be a collaboration between us, the policymakers, and what the manager, and we will have the final say so. So each of us can sit here all day and add to it. I mean, I've never seen a bad program in my years of service.
Yes, Chair, but just for.
Thank you for your.
Okay. Well, let me give a point of clarification, please.
Just a minute, Commissioner Abdul Rahman has the floor.
Oh, if you don't mind, Chair, could we please ask the clerk to read that last paragraph, please?
Be it
not at all.
Okay, but be it further resolved, the Board of Commissioners hereby directs the county manager and the appropriate county staff to establish a utilization and distribution plan consistent with the intent of this resolution and in conformance with the rules and guidelines events in the Act and other such rules promulgated by the U.S. Department of Treasury and other federal agencies with oversight and compliance of the Rescue Plan's Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and that the county manager report back with the said plan within 30 days for action by the Board of Commissioners.
So can I respond?
Yes, go ahead. Mr.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the only problem, honestly, with the resolution is when you define upfront 4 priorities. And those 4, as I think Vice Chair Hall is aptly pointing out, those are not the only priorities. As a great example, the fundamental design of the act is a focus on healthcare response. That's not mentioned in the 4 priorities. How could you have a resolution that doesn't mention vaccine distribution? So I think it's silent on some things that it would have to speak to if you're going to have a complete list. And then secondly, I think the first thing that we saw when we saw the resolution was it's not compliant when you start talking about a raise for all employees. So that would have to be reformed in a way that would be more consistent with the program that Sharon outlined. And then there are others that probably are, and I think you as a group would have to give us direction, for example, on youth programming. Is that a priority relating to COVID response? It may be, but I have no direction from you as a group to make that a priority. So if you pass the resolution as it stands and I were to comply with that resolution, I would try to go develop a plan that had those 4 priorities and then some other things, which I don't think would be the consensus of this group and would not be in compliance with the law, at least on one of the dimensions of it. So it seems like the easy way to kind of have your cake and eat it too is pass the resolution absent trying to establish priorities today.
Yes.
Giving you a set of recommendations, which we ourselves say this is a first cut. I suspect there will be a lot of conversation. And not only that, there will be a lot of learning because we think we know everything today that we need to know. We probably don't, just like we did in March of last year. And we will learn as we go, and you will end up telling us to put resources in one place and take them out of another, which we have the ability to do so.
And that's what you did.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner
Are
Martin.
we on this resolution? Are we still on the county manager's presentation? It seems we've seems we're debating the resolution language now.
You're correct. We're still, I'm trying to let everyone, I knew that this was going to happen. When anytime there's money, it's going to be, even before you get the money, this type of discussion. But you're correct. We're still talking about the manager's presentation. So next was Commissioner Ellis, followed by.
I wasn't finished. I allowed Commissioner Rahman to call the question. She asked a question.
Commissioner Hall, you still have the floor.
Thank you so much. And Mr. County Manager, thank you so much for listening to what I was saying and providing the proper analyzation of what I was saying. You hit it you hit the nail right on the head. So thank you for that. I just want to make sure that we do not miss the mark on serving everyone in Fulton County, period. And that's it. I do appreciate Commissioner Abdul Rahman's resolution, but I want to make sure that we're all covering all the needs of the county, and that's all. So I appreciate your input. And that being said, I'm glad that you did say that we will continue to flesh out this list of what the services and programs and needs are for Fulton County. And I look forward to working with you and the county staff on that. Thank you.
Hold on. So everybody wants to be heard about money we haven't been received yet. So now next is Ellis, Arrington, back to Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that I would like to remind us all is I think, we all have our citizens in mind and we all care. And, when this whole thing started, one of the first things we did, I believe at the first virtual meeting we had, is we readjusted our own budget before we any knew about any sort of federal money coming our way. And we reoriented significant funds toward community response very quickly. And I think, one of the things about
throughout the course of the entirety of last year, we really worked collaboratively as a body with our management team to have a focus on that and keeping our citizens being the main thing. And we had a lot of healthy debate about different ideas that came forth, certain things that we looked at, and we had healthy debate about, and ultimately decided we weren't going to do. And we leaned into those things that we thought that really mattered. And I suspect, and I hope we would continue to have that same kind of healthy dialogue moving forward, because we've got the template for doing it, because we just went through it. So this isn't our first roller coaster, so to speak. So just, I do think we all should just sort of kind of keep that in mind as we kind of continue to kind of go through this process with this new money that's flowing our way. I guess one of the things, going back to in the presentation around allowable use, and I know, and I just want to make sure that I heard you right, that we still don't know kind of how far of a back look can be considered on use of allowable or things that could be allowed to be spent on. Is that correct? I mean, we don't know. We could go back to the beginning of this year or anything of that nature.
Yes, sir, that's correct. I've asked the question seeking clarification
Okay.
on that.
And on the aspect of infrastructure and capital, is there a lot of stuff that's unclear on that as well? Spending on specific infrastructure?
I would say somewhat, yes. I mean, the language is pretty much as I provided it. Make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, okay, but we don't know if it goes beyond that specifically and how broadly those three areas could be interpreted.
Right.
Okay.
That's the sort of information that we would expect to get from the guidance from Treasury and through the FAQ process.
Okay. I mean, it would seem to make some sense that, we would, regardless of the backlook feature, that as we receive these funds that, we first apply, kind of things that we may have had in sort of our original $45 million bucket for reimbursement purposes and, and preserve our general fund money. I mean, it just seems sort of logically that we would do that. So I think that needs to be part of our discussion as we move forward. And then when it comes to actually accepting the funds, I mean, this would be, I guess, the second or third, this would at least be the third, sort of batch of funds, if not more than that we've received. We've taken all those in without any real action by this board. So there's not really a formal requirement that our board act in order for the funds to be received. Is that correct?
Actually, Commissioner Ellis, I believe that we have had the Board of Commissioners pass a resolution authorizing the county manager to sign the certifications for both the CARES Act funds as well as for the emergency rental assistance funds that we received.
Okay, do we know that for sure?
Yes, sir.
Madam County Attorney? Or did that take place after the fact?
That did occur.
Okay. But we don't necessarily have that style before us right now. Going into the areas of need and things and stuff that you all brought forward here. Some areas also that I think that deserve some sort of highlight and consideration are, I really think we understand infrastructure aspects better. This also both in terms of infrastructure as well as services. I think the arena of mental health is one where even if you look at sort of our previous response, it is not necessarily, it's been fairly limited. And I think where we are at now, in the course of this pandemic and where we are headed, what comes out, kind of the backside, a lot of, I think, manifestation of a lot of mental health issues, already beginning to emerge is going to grow. And I think that's a place that I didn't necessarily see it clearly called out in terms of our thought process and response. I think certainly, there's this balance of these funds can be, the last date they can be spent is what, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And I certainly, to me, I mean, there are clearly a lot of near-term things that, we should seek to move as quickly as possible to assist our citizens with. Certainly on the mortgage or on the rental assistance program that we're doing, how quickly do we need to expand that? Some recommendations about how much funds should we consider expanding this into if we are going to get engaged in expanding this into mortgage relief for homeowners, which I think we should. What does that look like and what would it mean? And do we have the ability to necessarily stand that up very quickly? Or would we need to look to someone else to assist us with really doing that smartly in a way that it would quickly benefit our citizens? The CSP program, which we've not yet acted on, which is coming up here in a little bit. I go back sort of fundamentally when we first moved on COVID response, we looked towards those partners, which, predominantly came from our CSP program. It's been a great program. We've got phenomenal partners in there that do great work. We've also got very good processes already in place for those. I think that is a clear area we should look to, layer funding on top of, from these particular sources. And I hope we will consider that when we get to that particular item. I certainly agree with the comments around the health response and maximizing as quickly as possible getting the vaccines out. And given that we have the expenditure goes out to 2024, there's these short-term needs that we need to get into and address the needs of our citizens as quickly as possible. But there are these sort of other infrastructural things which I think are just as important. How we're going to provide virtual services going forward, how we're going to orient our offices going forward, if we need to be sort of structured in our workforce doing things differently than what they were before, if that's indeed what we determined. And I think definitely, pretty immediately in front of us, I am fully supportive of how we're going to address our court backlog. And I agree with the comments that were made there that this is a very significant issue, which is our wheelhouse. And I think we need a very serious, thoughtful plan and dedicate the appropriate resources to deal with that as quickly as we possibly can. I think as we go through and we debate and we discuss around this stuff too, there are a lot of clear needs in the community. But there are some differences in the way that the funding streams are coming into this. And I think it's important that we don't duplicate efforts or that we don't lean into certain things that other folks are going to lean into and then wound up neglecting things that we would be the only entity that really should be really will lean into and address, i.e. like the courts. I know that within this, there's I think a $25 billion fund that's going to support the restaurant and food and services sector specifically, which will provide a lot of specific benefit to many of our small business community in the service sector that's very healthy throughout the county. Certainly a lot of funds going into the cities. I think business relief is an important issue, but I think we need to have some sort of understanding about who might be better equipped to do that, and in what areas, should the cities be sort of taking more of the lead on that, and we be focused more on i.e. safety net services. And then certainly there's a significant amount of funding coming into the school systems, not just for schooling purposes, but for addressing some of these gaps that have emerged and what might they be looking at and doing differently. So I think, as we consider things like business relief and programs around youth that would go outside of the scope of some of the stuff that we've addressed traditionally in our CSP program, to make sure that we're not duplicating things that or leading into things that really they are better equipped to address and will do a better job of. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, thank you. Sharon, this looks good. I really like it. Of course, I didn't see the arts in there. So hopefully there is some room for the arts in that community portion. And frankly, Commissioner Khadijah, I really like the three buckets that they have as far as health response, operational response, and community response as kind of the larger three buckets. And then, if we were to perhaps change that in the resolution, that might get board-wide support, and then we can continue to work out all the details. But I think those buckets are good. Sharon, the one thing I did want to confirm, we still have ICS set to start July 1st, right?
Commissioner Arrington, we have the funding in the budget for a mid-year implementation, as long as we don't see anything horribly going the wrong direction with unemployment and with the economy. So yes, sir.
And so as long as ICS is in there, then I'm less worried about the substantial raise for the employees, because most of the employees will likely get raises through ICS. And so I think, that might be the supplement or the way to fix or merge those two, if you will, and still achieve the same goal.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Hausman, then back to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of what I was going to say has been said, but I think that, with $538 million coming into Fulton County, we need to be smart about this. And I don't think that money includes what the school systems are going to get. So I hope that as we go forward, we'll work closely with our cities and the school system to make sure that what we're doing complements where necessary, but doesn't duplicate, as was said earlier, but also make sure that we, provide our primary needs, which are in the area of health and the courts. It's my understanding that Fulton County Schools is going to do a robust summer school program the next 2 summers to help their students catch up. So perhaps some of the things we've done in the summer with youth camps and other things like that may not be as needed, or just maybe not on the same scale. So I hope that we are initiating conversations with our partners throughout the county. In our next mayor's meeting, while I know we've got transportation that's always a topic right now, this coordinated effort to see if perhaps they are better suited to support the business needs in their cities and allow us to focus on other areas might be a good conversation for us to have. I agree that the CSP partnerships have been very beneficial. A lot of those folks that are on that list did receive CARES Act funding from us to help with our initial needs. And a lot of those groups that applied for CSP did not get their full request this go round. So I think that's another avenue that we need to, explore if in fact their funding could be utilized, or their services could be utilized to help as we move forward with this new Recovery Act. And then in the area of behavioral health, I'll just share with you that a lot of counties throughout Georgia and the country are talking about the potential to really focus on behavioral health needs with this money. And even in the area of capital needs, there's a lot of discussion on if this money can be utilized to perhaps do crisis centers or some of the things that we know we need in Fulton County that we've not had the ability to fund, that would definitely be in line with the needs that we're going to face as we move forward. So I just want to mention a few things. And I also have heard that there's specific arts funding included in the act that could be utilized outside of what we have gotten, but we could help facilitate our arts partners and how they access those funds. So I just think there's a lot of coordination that needs to occur with this significant investment that we're going to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Houseman. Back to Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner?
I'm sorry, Chair. I just wanted to just say that Chair, I agree with you that there's a lot of, we're kind of being a dead horse, because what I want the county manager, Dick, to understand and know, this was just a list of priorities based on interaction with the citizens and the business owners of Fulton County. Anything else can go to it. I'm not saying that anything shouldn't go to it. That's why I had the dialogue with Sharon. I commend the county manager having this presentation, having all those things, because I see that this will be in some of that. But I think I need to go on record saying, as a commission body, as commissioners of Fulton County, we need to be on record, one, accepting it, two, showing forth areas that we feel as a body should be addressed in addition to other needs. It is not for just these four, and I'm sorry when you read it that you got that from it, because that's not what the county attorney got from it, because she vetted it. So this is for when the county manager does everything that he's supposed to do, which is his job to identify, put the funding, make sure we're legally in compliance, and does everything that we expect him to do, that he does a very good job of it, that he understands these are 4 areas, excuse me, 5, because you got the arts funding. These are 5 areas that we want addressed when he comes back. That's all this is. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, commissioners. And thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Well said, Commissioner Abdul Rahman. So let's move on. We'll get to the resolution in a few minutes here. And I think there's support to approve the resolution. Adam, tell me.
That ends that presentation.
Yes. Madam, let's roll, Madam Clerk.
Okay, on page 721-0209, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
So moved.
All right, I'll second. Cast your votes, please. Houseman? Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Hall? Arrington?
Wait, what is this on?
0209, extending the emergency purchasing through May 7th.
I'm sorry, I was trying to raise my hand.
Yes.
Okay, whose hand went up first? Can y'all tell me whose hand went up first?
Oh, I don't see.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, hold on one second. My screen just went very small. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm sorry. So 209, I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear on, we're just extending the date. Is that correct? Until May?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Do you want to be heard on this one?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I just didn't know which agenda item this was.
Okay, so let's vote then. Commissioner Houseman? Ellis,
I mean, yes.
all right, Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. 21-0210, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
I have a question.
All right, Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Hall.
All right, well, there's no page number, but on the page that lists all the procurement items, there are meals on here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 times dated February 24th and 2, 4, 6, 8. The amount is substantial, so I'm just trying to find out who are we feeding and how often are we feeding the COVID vaccination staff that are county and contractors, and are we feeding them breakfast, lunch, and dinner? It's a very substantial amount that has been on the list repeatedly.
All right, Matt Theo or Dr. Rochelle
Commissioners,
or Felicia, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. This is
Strike that.
Felicia.
I didn't mean to call you Felicia. Strike that from the record. Ms. Strong Whitaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a spending authority request for the Board of Health. I do know they do breakfast and lunch. I'm not sure about dinner. I'm not sure what the hours are at the various vaccine facilities, but this is a request for spending authority for a period of time. They rotate who they use for which day. So this is just their spending authority so that they can make sure that the staff has meals, so they don't have to leave the site.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And can you provide the total amount that's been spent to date and on how many employees and what period of time that has covered?
Yes, I will get with the Board of Health and get that information to you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then on the line that says vaccination and testing call center staff and COVID vaccination support, both through ARC temporary staffing, we've spent about over $500,000 in temporary staffing. Or is this just to cover the potential need of temporary staffing?
This is for, this is their amount that they think they need for a period of time. I'm not sure how far out it goes, but I think it goes through June of this year.
Okay, and so in that particular area, can you provide a list of how many temps we have acquired over what period of time and the amount that has been spent? Because if we go back to the COVID-19 presentation where I asked Dr. Paxton about the fact that her BOH employees are not providing their normal job services and programs to the community, and she said it's because she had to reassign them to assist with the COVID-19 testing and vaccination. I think that we need to really look at how this is being managed if we're getting temps and we are allocating our employees and pulling them away from their normal work duties. And then there is on the back page, it says City of South Fulton Fire Services. And I wanted to ask, is that for unincorporated Fulton County? And I've never seen us have that on a list before for fire services for City of South Fulton.
Commissioner Hall, if I could just give a little bit of background to clarify why we had to use the county manager's emergency authority to address that. As the board may be aware, the City of South Fulton has been in a significant transition over the last several months of 2020, which was the time period sort of allocated to renegotiating the contract. To directly answer your question, The contract is for services in Fulton Industrial Boulevard, where the city of South Fulton provides fire services for the county in that area. So we do need, that contract has expired. We did need an extension so that we could continue fire services for that area. And we are now in the process of renegotiating that contract with the leadership that's now in place at the city of South Fulton. The fire chief was just hired. At the time, the city manager was transitioning. There was just a lot happening at the end of last year, including COVID, that prevented us from timely bringing that to the board. And so we ask your indulgence in this extension while we renegotiate that contract.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, entertain a motion, please.
Move approval.
All right, I'll second. Cast your votes. Houseman, Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
21-0211, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to extend an existing contract to provide continued preventive corrective maintenance repairs at the South Fulton Municipal Jail at Union City.
Move approval.
Second. Cast your votes, please. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0212, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide gasoline and diesel fuel.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington, Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 21-0213, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide towing and record services.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0214, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide continued comprehensive corrective maintenance services for the Fulton County Jail for additional 3-month period.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harrington, Abdul Rahman.
I'm
Yes.
gonna vote yes, but that seems a 1.2 million for 3 months seems pretty high.
Ms. Strong Whitaker, are you there? Mr. Adams?
I'll let Mr. Davis answer because he's been very involved in.
Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The 1.255 million listed in the agenda item is comprised of the 3 months base service price according to the existing contract that we are extending, as well as a dollar value of roughly $250,000 to $300,000 for unforeseen emergency repairs that are not covered by the terms and conditions of the existing contract. So it's not $400,000 a month. It's actually right at $307,000 a month based on the existing contract.
Mr. Harrington?
Thank you for that response. It still seems high to me, but I guess that's what it costs.
And I vote yes.
And motion passes unanimously. 21-0215, Finance, request approval of a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County, Georgia, authorizing the distribution of a preliminary official statement, notice of sale, and official bid form for the 2021 tax anticipation note.
Move approval.
I'll second. Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yes.
I vote yes.
The motion passes
We won't need
unanimously.
that one, that 200.
Under Health and Human Services, 21-0216, Community Development, request approval of the 2021 Community Service Program Evaluation Committee recommendations.
Move approval.
Second.
CSP program, the motion is to approve, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm certainly in favor of this, but I'd like to further amend and recommend we also put an additional Dr. Rochelle, what was the amount of unfunded ask within this?
Show the slide. He doesn't. Oh, can't see it. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Ellis, the remaining funds would total approximately $8 million to bring the total to $13,457,000.
Okay. I'd like to, amend the motion to approve this to add an additional 8 million, some of that, with that 8 million being funded from these additional funds we are about to receive.
I'll second that. That's a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, my motion is to adjust the amount by an additional 8 million so that the requests that were made through the CSP program are fully funded, with that additional 8 million being funded through the additional funds that we are going to receive through the act, which we've just been discussing.
Did you second?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Mr. Ellis, may I ask you a question? This is 5.3, and you want to, and I understand your rationale and motive, and I'm sure that all these programs have been vetted, and they're all good programs. But here we're talking about money that we have not received. We hope that we're going to get, and there's every likelihood that we will. But is it prudent to spend it before we get it? That's my question.
Well, we can authorize the spending, if indeed it's received.
I'll accept that if you accept that.
And if indeed they qualify under the rules of the act.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say if you'd like to add it to my resolution, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little weary on that. I would rather wait and see what happens when the money comes. Maybe it's additional 8, maybe it's an additional 5. I don't know. I don't know that I'm willing to go that far at this point. I want to see what else. I want to know how much we're going to allocate for the arts. I want to know, I want to know a lot of other things before I start committing the other money out of the 100 million.
Okay.
Question.
Commissioner Hall.
So we are talking about 216, correct? And this is for all the community service program recommendations. So can someone, Dr. Rochelle or Madam COO, can you tell us, did you cover all of the grant requests or did you run out of money before covering all of them? Because normally every year you get an overwhelming amount of requests from nonprofit organizations that serve one of those 5 areas, and you end up running out of money before you can even, there's some great ones that actually could supplement some of the work that the county is trying to do. So did you run out of money this time as well?
Yes, Commissioner Hall, not only did we run out of money, we were unable to fund them at their full maximum request. because we wanted to fund more organizations. So this year we funded 146 organizations. Last year we funded 105. But what we're seeing with our safety net providers is that the response that they are trying to meet to mitigate the COVID pandemic is really overwhelming. And so we try to help as many organizations as possible.
That's what I thought. And so I did notice that this year you had an awful lot of $25,000 grant amounts. And I assumed, and that's why I'm asking this question. I'm glad you addressed it. And I had assumed that you were trying to stretch the money a little further and get as many services and programs through nonprofits. So do you know about how much more additional money would actually pay for to cover the grant requests that came in that you were not able to put on this recommendation list?
Yes, ma'am. With an approximate $8 million, we could not only fund every organization at their full request, but we could fund the 18 that we were unable to fund.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Rochelle, do you want to use your 2-page presentation to answer these questions? Because I think,
yes, sir.
Can you send that to the clerk?
I did send it.
Could you resend it?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, Vice Chair Hall, there's a 2-page PowerPoint that I think might be to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's take the questions while we're getting set up. Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Morris.
Well, I think the answer to Commissioner Hall's question will answer mine. I think Dr. Rochelle really kind of already answered it, because my question was going to be, are we going to be fully funding certain people or whatever? But I guess as she indicated, the $8 million will fully fund all requests, as well as fund an additional 18 organizations that did not get any funding.
Do I send it to you, Mike?
That's correct. All right, Commissioner Morris.
Well, I guess my question is, I've sort of viewed this as a competitive, program where they have to sort of justify just because someone has asked for $80,000 may not mean that we would automatically fund them for $80,000 through a competitive process. But in effect, what I understand this motion to be doing is to say, yeah, you've asked for 80,000, we're going to give you 80,000. And maybe we wouldn't have given you 80,000 if you had to sort of prove that you justified the $80,000. I guess I'm just a little worried about the concept here. Just because you've asked, we're going to give it to you. Maybe in a competitive process, we wouldn't. Maybe. So the more you ask for, the more you're going to get under our now loosey-goosey programs.
That's not it at all.
Can I make a comment?
Just a minute, everybody. Just a minute. We haven't heard from Commissioner Houseman and back to Commissioner Vice Chair Hall.
I would just like to say that there's an awful lot of organizations that have partnered with us for years and very much partnered with us during the last year that normally get the maximum or close to the maximum that they request to do our ongoing safety net services. That this year maybe got a little over half of what they would have normally gotten, because of the effort to stretch the dollars. So we've got a lot of long-standing partners out there that are doing really good work in the community, that while this is going to be very needed and helpful to let them continue their mission, they're still very much struggling to survive, just like a lot of businesses are. So I really feel like this is a first step that we probably will be building on as we move forward to partner with community agencies to help us deal with our ongoing needs with COVID. But I think if they made it through the vetting process and were approved, then likely they very much will very good use. And I guess I was on mute. Y'all didn't hear anything I said, did you?
No, we heard you.
Yes, we heard you.
Okay. All right.
And thank you, Commissioner Hausman, because you covered the first part of what I was going to say about, there are absolutely wonderful organizations out there that normally get more money and they did not get what they normally would receive because we did try to cover more. But also I want to address the statement about the competitive process. And I want Dr. Rochelle to just let us know herself, but I do believe that every one of these grant applications is vetted through a competitive process. You vet every single one, you don't leave anyone out. So it just so happens that you run out of money before you can award all the money to those that actually qualify for them based on that competitive process. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
We have her presentation.
I have one more comment.
Okay, Commissioner Hausman.
I think that this is a abnormal year, obviously, in the need that we see in our community. But we have repeatedly and historically, year after year, realized that we are not allocating enough resources in this category. And so I hope that as we move forward, and especially as we look to how we're going to utilize this money we're receiving now for the next 2 years, that we recognize that we have underfunded this category even in times when we're not so desperate.
Remember that when it comes millage rate time.
We don't think we need to raise the millage rate, Commissioner Arrington. I think we're very, very well funded. We just need to allocate it differently.
The presentation is on the screen now, correct?
Yes.
2 minutes, Ms. Dr. Rochelle.
Yes, sir. Next slide. This slide just basically illustrates that in spite of the demands to change course in the business models of all of our partners, they still managed to serve over 58,000 constituents in Fulton County across a variety of services: disability, seniors, homeless, and economic security. They continue to provide those services. Next slide. This slide illustrates the 146 organizations across the 5 categories of service. You can see the funding distribution as it fell out according to the applications that were eligible and funded in each category, which totaled the $5.3 million. Next slide. So the final slide showed the, if that could be placed up.
Can you put it back up? I didn't get a glimpse.
Commissioner Hall.
So the final slide.
Put the final slide back up because I only got a glimpse. I didn't get a chance to really. They took it off the screen so fast.
Technical problem.
Nothing ever showed up after that first slide.
Okay. So I can read out to you what the 13 million would look like. Under children and youth, it would fund 71 organizations for 5.7 million. For disabilities, 13 organizations at 846,000. For economic stability and poverty, 38 organizations at 3.1 million. Homeless services, 30 organizations at 2.6 million. And senior services, 12 organizations at 1.4 million.
Next page.
And that would total 13.457 million.
That is the last one. That's the last one that she has. The one we see, this is the last page. All right, so Dr. Rochelle, we're missing the last page for some reason.
Okay. Carlos, can you send that, please? Who does he need to send it to? So while we are waiting for that slide, as I was saying, the safety net services, those organizations, the way we would work with them on the additional 8 million, we would look at supporting COVID-related needs. The Department of Youth and Community Services did an outstanding job with continuing the monitoring process this year. In spite of the pandemic, they held true to the value of monitoring each of these services and ensuring that they were able to provide the services in a renegotiated fashion in many cases, so that the organizations could not only provide a response to the pandemic, but continue to provide the core mission of their service structure.
And Dr. Rochelle, isn't the key to all of this that the 13 million that you outline on the slide we're picking up, all of those amounts and organizations do qualify for funding? And had you had it available, they would have been funded. Is that not right?
Yes, ma'am. So Ms. Roach, absolutely. All of the organizations, the additional 18 also qualified for funding. We just simply ran out of funds. As I indicated, we funded 105 organizations last year. We funded 146 this year. With the additional funding, we would be able to fund an additional 18 organizations across the different categories for a total of 164 organizations total. And that funding would bring us to the $13,457,313.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Ellis, I believe you accepted the basically what was.
Yes, sir.
This would be conditioned upon the receipt of the money. I think Commissioner Hausman said that the organizations meeting their requirements.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, it's before us. Was it a motion to approve, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
another question.
Commissioner Morris?
I just want to make sure, Dr. Rochelle.
Yes, sir.
This $13.45 million has been vetted. All of these programs have been vetted, and you're confident that they're deserving of this funding?
Yes, sir. So if we had the flexibility just in the general fund budget, for example, we would have recommended these same organizations to this full funding capacity of 13.457 million. So every application indicated here, the 164, all went through the same process of vetting and review. We just simply ran out of funds for the remaining 18 to be funded at no level. And then we reduced significantly many of our longstanding partners simply because we did want to try and fund some new organizations that we've worked with in other capacities and many of our longstanding partners.
Right.
So
Well,
this
when I saw the original list, I was certain because some of the organizations that I felt like ought to be on this list made the list either again after a pause or for the first time. So, well, that's great. Can I understand again the conditions that have been put on this amendment to add this 8 million?
My motion was, or my condition was that to make sure that it does comply with the requirements of the Recovery Act.
Correct. And then I suggested when Commissioner Ellis agreed that conditioned upon the receipt of the money, the receipt of the 206, whatever it is, that amount is. So what we're doing today is approving the 5.3, and assuming we get the 206, then the additional 8 will come from the 206.
If we're confident from the law department that it complies.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
Commissioner Hausman's condition.
Correct.
And if not, we revert back to the 5.3 again.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Or some variation of that if some comply.
Right.
Motion before us is to approve as amended. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0217, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide water quality monitoring services.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Cast your vote. Houseman,
Yes.
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Arrington,
Yes.
Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 9, under Justice and Safety, 21-0218, Emergency Services, request approval to award a contract without competition to provide professional services required to upgrade and maintain the department's current recording system.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. No questions. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 21-0219, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis. Request approval of a resolution expressing the intent of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County regarding the appointment, hiring, and termination powers of the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections and for other purposes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I will, I know we've got a lot of discussion on these matters and we received a lot of comment, and so I won't belabor the conversation. But I certainly have heard, repeatedly from a wide range of my constituency that, they feel that we should not be engaged in personnel decisions related to the election supervisor. Yeah, I think you heard from several of those in public comment today. So I'm expressing that here. It will, this particular action, certainly, given the action taken by this board, the prior meeting won't change, anything related to that. This would just set in course a resolution that would basically, have us codify via whatever means that is, via an action by us or an action by the legislature, that these particular powers of appointment, hiring, and termination of the elections, of the board of registration and elections, would rest with them, and that we would have no involvement in that. So again, I feel like it's been fairly well, commented on by a variety of folks. I recognize that there may be differences of opinion on it, but I'm putting this forth to express overwhelmingly the opinions and the views of the constituency which I represent, and throughout several citizens of this county, that they feel that if we are going to we're going to exercise powers which usurp those of the BRE, that we ultimately are engaging in action which basically ices that board, neuters them, renders them useless, and really calls into question, the integrity of our elections. And I just don't think any of us need to be there or want to be there in that regard. So with that, I will recommend approval of this resolution.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, just a minute. So Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Arrington, I'm going to address 0219 and 0220. Earlier, several of you spoke about the lack of consistency in these various entities, and there's some 12 or 13. I've asked for a report that should be forthcoming, so that I think that we need to be consistent with all of these, because sometimes if you look at them, sometimes the language is that the board ratifies, other times it says confirm, other times it says approve, other times it says acknowledge, other times it says support. So I think the proper thing to do is to get this report, we all analyze it and make a decision to correct and have similar language, consistent language throughout these various entities. So I would respectfully ask that we do not take up either of these today, but hold them until we get the report from the county attorney's office. So that's my request.
Is that a motion?
I'm making a motion to hold
Second,
0219 and 0220.
second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
You could have called for the vote on the other one, but you did not. But I will vote no on the hold.
I didn't do what?
No, I vote no.
Commissioner Ellis,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington,
I guess I'll vote yes to hold it.
Hold it, hold it.
Hoffman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And motion to hold passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Sound the next one.
21-0221, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, requests approval of a resolution in support and acceptance of the American Rescue Plan Coronavirus Relief Law.
Commissioner,
Yes, Chair, thank you. Without objection, I ask unanimous consent on page 2, amend line 6 by deleting a substantial pay raise and inserting premium pay, and amend line 9 by inserting at the end of the sentence, number 6, health response, operational stability, identified by the county manager's presentation on March 17, 2021. And with that, I move approval as amended.
I'll second. Questions, comments? Let's vote.
I'd like to request to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, for adding those and making those changes to the resolution.
Yes, and I'd like to be co-sponsor as well. And thank you also for making those. I think the county manager's 3 buckets are great, and obviously yours are good as well. And I'm hoping we can accomplish all of them. But I think the ICS is going to be the best way for us to accomplish the raises for the employees.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for sponsoring, and thank you, Commissioner Arrington, for sponsoring. Thank you for the board.
Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Morris.
I'm not going to vote, Mr. Chairman, just because I'm not ready to prioritize yet.
Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 10, Commissioner School Board Appointment 21-0223, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County submitted the following slate of names for the Board of Commissioners consideration to terms ending April 1st, 2025. Position.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, it's an odd arrangement where they're required to submit 3 names, but the ones that they want us to reappoint are the 3 incumbents. And so I would make the motion that we I've forgotten how this one reads, whether we appoint, recommend, or whatever, but that we appoint the 3, Dr. Stone, Dr. Sweeney, and Dr. Sermons, for reappointments to this board.
Yeah, this is one of what I'm talking about, where it says for consideration, whatever that means in the context of how we vote. Anyway, there's a motion to approve that's properly moved and seconded. But this is on that list that we'd like to take a look at. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0224, External Affairs, presentation of the 2021 Legislative Agenda Update.
I want to take a 30-minute break before we, that's a joke. Ms. Corbett?
Good afternoon, commissioners. I look forward to reading all 40 slides to you this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege. I think it's important that we get this accomplished for Ms. Corbett before her birthday, which will be at 12:01 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Morris. This is my last legislative update as a 20-year-old. So I know the hour is late and we won't take a lot of time, but we did want to just go over a couple of quick highlights. Next slide, please. And if there are any, if the board wishes to, if I've skipped anything that you'd like to discuss or take a position on, would just please ask you to let me know that. Again, this is just for the public viewing, a quick overview of our legislative priorities. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Just want to highlight here, House Bill 112 has passed the Senate. This bill is related to basically liability of local governments and other organizations due to COVID-19. This is a continuation of legislation that was adopted last year, and just wanted to call that one out. Again, I'm not going to read through all of these, but we are continuing to track these. The one at the bottom is important to our response with allowing EMTs to continue to administer vaccines. And just a quick special shout out to all of the Fulton County Fire Departments across the county who have been a really important part of our response. Next slide, please. Two bills that both crossed over that are related to the Fulton Industrial District and to the Fulton County Airport. House Bill 445, excuse me, which is Representative Bruce's bill that would amend the boundaries of the city of South Fulton to include all of the Fulton Industrial District minus the Fulton County Airport. That bill did pass out of the House and has been assigned to SLOGO, so it does not yet have a committee hearing, but we are monitoring that very carefully. House Bill 459, which is Representative Martin's bill that would change some provisions in annexation law and would prevent county-operated airports from being annexed by cities of a certain size. And that bill passed out of the House as well and has also received a due pass recommendation from SLOGO. We expect that to pass out of the Senate and then go to the governor's desk. We will keep a very close eye on House Bill 445 because that does affect the future of the Fulton Industrial District, and we will make sure the board is aware of that. Next slide, please. House Resolution 117 related to homeowner protections. That's one that we have continued to monitor, and we will just report back at our next meeting. Next slide, please. These bills are related to human trafficking and both have received support from Governor Kemp and related to their commitment, his and First Lady Kemp's commitment on human trafficking issues. Human trafficking has been in the news a lot the last few days, so we'll keep an eye on these as well. That is a commitment of this Board of Commissioners. Next slide, please. I really want to just call out the two bills related to elections issues, the House and Senate versions. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but we have been working with the Department of Registration and Elections. One thing that has occurred this week is that there has been a bit more corporate involvement from the Metro Chamber and some other organizations weighing in on this issue. So we are monitoring this very carefully. We've talked in the past meetings about the impact this would have on Fulton County elections. The issue of ID for absentee ballots is one part of that. the mobile units. There are just drop boxes, a number of investments that Fulton County has made would potentially be affected by these two pieces of legislation. So we are tracking these. And again, we are prepared to provide an update to the election board as well at their April meeting. So by that time, the session will be complete and we will be providing an update to them about what has occurred during this session. Next slide, please. There are two pieces of local legislation. One that we just wanted to call out here, and I know Ms. Calhoun is on the line if I mess these up, but one is related to MARTA and bonding issues. So that's, again, one we just wanted to highlight. And then there is a removal of a property tax relief provision that is here as well. Next slide, please. We have received a request to consider adding 2 items to the legislative agenda, and these would require a vote from the Board of Commissioners. Next slide, please. Next one. So these are related to 2 issues. One is related to evictions, record sealing. If a person has, as you all are very well aware, if a person has certain criminal matters on their record, there is an opportunity for their record to be expunged, or we say record restricted. And there is no such provision in the case of an eviction. And so this would allow for there to be a removal of those records in certain circumstances. This can, in some cases, for example, someone had a dispossessory as a student. Many years later, that still shows up on their record and could prevent them from being able to successfully rent an apartment or a home. So this was one request, and we would ask, and I will go through both of these and then ask if the board wishes to make a motion to add these to the legislative agenda. The
Jessica,
second one,
it says in periods
Yes,
of public health emergency.
yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, Commissioner Arrington, that's a very good point. So in this would specifically address and mitigate, thank you for calling that out. This would specifically mitigate and address the issue of, unfortunately, housing insecurity that has occurred during the pandemic. So the magistrate court has let us know that they are seeing a very high volume of requests. The rental assistance applications that we have received, a very high volume. And Ms. Calhoun is on the line, and I would just ask her to clarify if there's anything else that I may have omitted.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Fran Calhoun. The provisions here are part of a resolution that Vice Chair Hall requested the board's consideration for. And it does 3 different things. There is an immediate sealing for eviction notices that have been filed during this public state of emergency. It also is looking at changing the time frame for which those records would be available and open for public viewing. So right now, those records are out there for 7 years. And the challenge with that is that that's also the same as, it's equal to a criminal level 7 offense, kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, those kinds of things. And it is proven to be very burdensome. While evictions are caused by poverty, they also cause poverty. And this is a way to kind of get at some of that and to give folk a second chance. This would allow, under a procedural mechanism for magistrates, for example, to go in after 24 months in cases where settlement would have occurred, or if it were a wrongful eviction. then that magistrate could go in and to remove that as well. So it's really trying to provide some fairness, number one, and a balanced way for both tenants and landlords, but then also to be consumer friendly in that regard, and especially given the times that we're living in, kind of the pandemic economy impact.
So they don't have to wait 3 years. I mean, I like this idea, but so do they have to wait 3 years before they can apply?
No, sir. There are different provisions. So for those who are who may have experienced, so for example, in the past year, so from 2020 on to now, if they have received an eviction filing, then this would allow for them to receive an immediate sealing of that record. And that's just in this emergency circumstance. But outside of that, what we're seeing is that, of course, we have had an eviction crisis as termed by the Federal Reserve Board here in the Fulton County area for some time, indicating that about 15% of renters receive eviction or evicted actually, not just the filings, but so we had housing instability problems beforehand. And so it was an attempt to address kind of the exacerbated impact of the pandemic, but then also to look down the road. It takes some folk a little bit longer to get back on their feet. And so this would then provide some measure of protections for those first and recovery for those persons after the pandemic is over. And that's when that 3-year period would take place. So if they had an eviction filing, rather than waiting for that record outside of the emergency period, if they had an eviction filing outside of that emergency period, and they were, I don't want to say guilty, but there was standing for that. Then rather than waiting to have it cleared 7 years later, they would get a chance to have it cleared 3 years later, at the third year. And so this is just cutting that period in half.
Corbett?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The second, thank you, Ms. Calhoun. And the second item, next slide, please, is related. And I may just ask Ms. Calhoun if she could weigh in on this one as well. This is a second request for an amendment to our package that would address Medicaid coverage for heart transplants. And I believe the board has heard from members of the community who have experienced this issue and have made this request as well. And so this is actually an administrative change to the state of Georgia for its Medicaid provisions. And Ms. Calhoun, did I leave anything out there?
No, ma'am, that is correct. I can provide any additional background if necessary or answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Hall?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk for her input and efforts on the evictions information, and the Emory and Piedmont doctors who spoke on this, as well as those individual constituents such as Pastor Eric Thomas, who has experienced this issue with the heart transplantation. So thank you everyone for your input.
What do you need?
Mr. Chair, we are looking for a motion to add these two items to the legislative package.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Oh,
Second.
All right, properly moved and second. Cast your votes, please, to add vote. Houseman? Ellis?
Yes.
Morris? Hall?
yes.
Curtin?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Yeah, nobody called my name.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Chair, I didn't hear my name called, I'm sorry.
And motion passes 5 yeas.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Again, I know time is late and we do not have to go over the rest of the package. I would just ask if the board has any other, if there's any item you would wish to take a position on, this would be the last meeting before the session ends. But otherwise, if there are any questions, we're glad to research those for you offline. And if there are any questions, please let us know.
Hearing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Corbett.
Commissioner Hall, wasn't there an item from last time that we needed to address again?
No, what Jessica did was she added them to the packet. So you just actually voted on both of them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Be safe.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 10, 21-0225, select Fulton, presentation, WorkSource Fulton update.
Mr. Adams, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go first, I think, and kick it over to Brett. So thank you, Chairman and Board of Commissioners. Samir Abdullahi, Deputy Director of Select Fulton, Fulton's Economic and Workforce Development Arm. On behalf of our local Workforce Development Board, Brett Lacey, our Workforce Division Manager, and myself are excited to provide a year in review update on WorkSource Fulton. Just as a reminder, WorkSource Fulton is funded by the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA. In February of 2018, WorkSource Fulton was placed under Select Fulton to better align economic and workforce development services. And very pleased to say in the last 3 years, we've made great strides in not only turning around the grant, but have expanded our outreach tools and services. And this is thanks to several members here today. Chairman Pitts, our CLEO, our chief local elected official, is really taking a leadership role in reshaping our workforce board with great community, educational, and corporate representatives. The county manager, Dick Anderson, and through his office, Ellis Kirby, who enabled us to build modernized facilities to serve more residents in a high quality environment. Vice Chair Hall, whose passion behind our mobile unit, it got us that mobile unit, and as you heard from Mr. Parker at MARTA this morning, is one of our key strategies in terms of outreach, which was the point in getting the bus. Obviously, Brett Lacey, our division manager, has been instrumental in the administration of the grant, the management of our provider, and helping to make us a regional leader in the workforce space. And then lastly, most importantly, our staff, who've seen significant changes in the organizations, but have remained committed and focused on serving the residents of Fulton County. Next slide, please. So today we'll just focus on 3 things quickly: our performance success in the past, how we've taken that performance, again, highest and best use of the grant through the lens of economic mobility, and then lastly, new initiatives that we're taking on and goals for 2021. Next slide, and I'll kick it over to Brett Lacey, our division manager, to cover the slides.
All right, thanks, Samir. So again, just a highlight of the basic services that we offer through WorkSource Fulton. Primarily, we are trying to connect talent with opportunities. So whether that means working with businesses to help them source and train up their workforce, or working with Fulton County residents to get the skills and that they need to be able to compete in the 21st century job market. We're sort of working on both ends of that spectrum. We do that through sort of our basic career and employment services. So we support training activities for those hard skills. And then we also work to provide some of the soft skills of resume writing, interview skills, how to find a job, how to apply for it, all the way through until they're successful in employment, and then work with them for a year afterwards to be sure that they can retain that employment and stay successful. We offer, again, supportive services while they are in training so that there are no barriers to them being successful in completing this. And then we can also reach out to employers and provide programs to help them get that skilled workforce that they need and keep that skilled talent. Next slide, please. 2020 was definitely a difficult year, just as everybody else, for really getting to our job seekers and working with them through the pandemic, and whether they were in training or they had completed training and were looking for jobs in a whole new job market. it definitely had its unique challenges that we were able to navigate through. And as we come out here on the other side of the 21, we've got a few new strategies that are really going to make sure that Fulton County residents can take full advantage as vaccines roll out and as the economy really gets going at full speed again. We were able to still have a very successful 2020. If you remember in years past, we did have some issues with some of this funding returning to the state. We're happy to announce for the second year in a row that we expended all of the grant funds that were allocated to Fulton County. And this includes some additional funds that we actually went back to the state and requested above and beyond that formula allocation that we were able to invest in Fulton County for job seekers. That extra money assisted in our increase in enrollment. So we entered 2020 at just over 400 active participants in training. We moved into here 2021 at nearly 700 with about 680 participants that we are actively serving through these programs. In addition to that, the individuals that completed and entered the job market, so far we've tallied approximately $2.4 million in salaries that are going to Fulton County residents and, more importantly, Fulton County families to help drive the economic engines and to help them earn living wages. When you look at the breakdown of the wages of our exiters, that gets down to just over $30,000 per individual, which is right at about a living wage for the Atlanta metro area, which is really our target, is that living and self-sufficient wage. You'll see that despite the challenges of the job market, we did have a higher placement rate in employment 6 months after an individual completed our programs. The prior year, it was about 67% of our individuals were placed in employment. In 2020, we saw that go up to 88%. So quite a significant jump, all things considered. And we've also provided, we get a lot of questions about this. We are driving to help drive those job opportunities and those living wages. We do drive towards a couple of key demand industries in Fulton. And so our training for the most part is in healthcare, IT, and in logistics. And then a few other categories like skilled trades would make up the other approximately 30% of training programs that you see in Fulton County. Next slide. So some of the things that we did over the last year to really help drive this success, and we're really looking to take advantage of in the next year. The first is, again, thank you to the commissioners and to the county manager for supporting some capital improvements for us to actually move into the South Fulton Service Center to be able to serve residents there instead of in the DFAX building next door. This is a brand new center that we are getting ready to open here in the next month or so and provide access to residents in coordination with other services reopening in the county. But it has expanded significantly our capacity to serve Fulton job seekers. There are about 24 brand new computer stations that are there that residents can come in and do everything from completing their resume to doing a job search to working with our case managers one-on-one as they go through their training program. And it's also become a resource for some of our partners like Atlanta Tech to come in and provide classes and do actual instruction in this space in our workforce center. It's also allowed us to expand the number of services that we can provide to our South Fulton residents rather than having to visit us in the North Fulton Service Center on the other side of the county. We're continuing to look at new partners to bring into this, of again, trying to stretch our dollars and provide every resource we can to residents in that area. One of the other big things that we did is we actually got our mobile unit last fall and actually put it out on the road because our career centers were closed. And we became the first and only of the 5 metro workforce boards to put the mobile unit out in the last year. And we had a great cooperation with some of the mayors in Fulton County. You see a great picture there of Mayor Williams from Union City. Very excited that we brought it to the City Hall there in Union City to help provide that access point and meet residents where they were in the community while our center was closed, that they continued to access services. Again, we're excited to announce that starting here in April, we are setting a calendar of recurring locations that we will be taking the mobile unit around to Fulton communities. The first Wednesday of the month, as you heard, we will be at the College Park MARTA station. We parked there near the buses and the train access to serve individuals there. Then the second week of the month, we'll visit the Goodwill on Old National Highway for the Career Center that's there. The third Wednesday of the month, we'll travel up to Roswell United Methodist Church, and we're excited to be hosted there. And then we're in final details to lock in that fourth Wednesday of the month. But basically, our residents can expect to see us there on those dates every month this year, and predict it and be there to be ready to take use of these services. The number you see there, we expect we'll be able to touch an additional 750 job seekers through the rest of the year, and probably greatly exceed that goal. Next slide. These two items we've really highlighted because it speaks to one of our broader goals as we're moving forward as a workforce system, and that is on economic mobility as well as equitable access for our residents. And we've had a lot of discussion about this today, about that issue with access. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that we are serving the communities all over Fulton County, and definitely those that are in the need. Where you see here the map on the left, all of those dots are basically a registration in a zip code that we have had in the past few years. So you can sort of see a heat map of different zip codes where we are seeing job seekers. And obviously highlighted there with the 2 stars would be the North and South Service Center. So there's a significant set of population that we really need to make sure that we're getting access to, particularly in the Tri-Cities areas closer to the airport, and some of the further South Fulton communities. And that again is why we are targeting those with the mobile unit to get a little bit closer to residents that may not have access to transportation. We're also looking at this in terms of training providers so that the Fulton County residents can access all of the different training paths that may lead to a self-sufficient wage, regardless of where that training provider may be. We're also focusing on sort of the race equity of what we're doing as a workforce system, and trying to move Atlanta from being at the bottom of the list in terms of economic mobility. So we've been looking through our data with some data scientists from ARC and from Emory at what the outcomes are of our participants. And you can see there that when you look at all job seekers and break down the wages that they earn, overall, there is a gap between minority employees and white employees. And it's about 75 cents to the dollar for a Black employee to a white employee, about 84 cents to the dollar for Hispanic to white. However, when you look at our participants that are completing our program and getting employed, you can see this wage gap almost entirely disappear when they're in these demand sectors. So transportation, distribution, and logistics, IT, healthcare, you see it not only a gender gap disappear, but you see the significant gains made in this race equity. So we are continuing to really drive these as the sustainable ways for economic mobility for our residents, which is a really positive outcome for us to see and to be able to share that data with our residents to show, these really are a pathway to a living wage in Fulton County. Next slide. We also wanted to highlight some of the other things that we are doing, particularly as it regards to COVID response. We launched as a region a new regional website at the beginning of last year. That's atlworks.org. And this provides really a common input for everybody in the metro region to access workforce services. I know, Commissioner Hall, we shared this as well with our common intake form, but now job seekers can just go to that one site, atlworks.org, and it takes it to the closest job center to them. So we don't have to worry about the jurisdictional boundaries and making sure that residents get to the right place. They get one common intake form, and we make sure that they're being served by their closest job center, and can make access of those services without being passed around from one department to another. We've also set aside some funds again to help invest in employers who are trying to bring jobs back online and recover for the pandemic that may need to upskill some of their workforce. We have set aside some of those funds in a business worker training grant. I'll quickly highlight that we are continuing to provide some advisory and consulting roles to both the Aerotropolis Alliance in the form of the Workforce Collective and the Economic Development Collective, as well as the North Fulton Chamber of Commerce through their Unemployment and Workforce Task Force to help advise both of those groups as they're looking at strategies to, again, build back up the workforce in those parts of the county. And then thanks to the leadership of you all as the Board of Commissioners, allocating some of the CARES funding to workforce development, some statistics on the Career Reboot Fulton program that we launched last summer in coordination with Goodwill of North Georgia and the Metro Atlanta Chamber. We served over 1,700 Fulton County residents. So far, close to 500 of them have earned employment, and we're continuing to track those to see that employment number continue to increase. Next slide. We also wanted to share with you some of what we're looking at here in 2021 and beyond. Sort of the three big goals that we're looking at is to continue to increase enrollment and continue to serve job seekers as there is that need with the current labor market. We're continuing to really focus on this partnership with economic development and activating our business services in Fulton County and continue to grow the WorkSource brand and awareness around that we are the resource for the metro region to provide these workforce services when a job seeker needs help finding a job or may need the skills to access these in-demand jobs. And we've provided just a little bit of what those objectives and intended impact are for those goals as we enter 2021. Next slide. So just to wrap up before there's any questions, past year we used all of our money and had improved performance year over year. We have continued to modernize and improve the services and how we are meeting job seekers where they are. We are providing an equity lens to both our outreach and the services that we are offering to our residents, and continuing to really stand out as a regional leader for both innovation and for workforce and economic development working together to serve our job market. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes.
Say it one more time, he's muted.
Any questions, commissioners? Thank you.
I do have
I'm sorry.
one thing. I want to just commend Samir and Brett on the outstanding work that you've done to build in this area of workforce development and training. You've done an outstanding job with creating what's necessary to reach the people. And yes, thank you for utilizing that awesome mobile unit that we worked on. I'm so proud of you guys for the work you're doing with that as well. And I just have two questions. Can we add something about veterans, what we're doing in the area of veterans? Because that was an issue. It seems like it might have been 2 years ago. We had a really huge issue, and Samir, you actually resolved it. So I'd like to see something on what we're doing with the veterans. And then, you know, there's this big thing about the water boys, and they're the young kids that are on the street corners selling bottles of water. And I've been approached by so many other electeds about what is Fulton County doing to help with this situation with the water boys. And the constituents are also concerned because some of them are so desperate that they're becoming violent. And so if there's anything that we can do to address that situation with the water boys and some kind of entrepreneurial training or assistance, just something. And that's
Commissioner,
it.
Commissioner Hall, thank you for your support. Obviously, we're big fans of the mobile unit. It's been our really a critical tool in our toolkit and able to do outreach and again, strategic partnerships with mayors and other community groups that you've seen highlighted. Again, I'm glad Jeffrey Parker mentioned us this morning. As relates to the veterans, we'll go back to our performance system because that is a service population. We may just not pull them out as a unique group. So they may be qualified in that actual service population. So we'll go and pull that out to see if there's a significant or subset of people that are actual veterans. And then lastly, it relates to the water boys. Unfortunately, our programs are really targeted towards out of school youth. And those are kids who didn't get the GED, but kind of got kicked out of the program. But what I will say is we did add, through the superintendent of the Fulton County School Systems, a new board member that is connected to Fulton County Schools and serves under the superintendent as a way to try to address and link the K through 12 piece before they become in the out of school youth. And if they do, then we can kind of pick up and do that service side. So I think, and maybe Brett has additional comments, I think we'd go back to that board member to say what opportunities exist or what are they doing to kind of address that issue. If there's ways we can pick them up on the out of school youth side of things, because I see that's an ongoing issue and understand Atlanta's trying to address it as well.
Yes, thank you so much.
Other questions? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, what else we have?
We have another presentation, 21-0175, Aerotropolis Atlanta, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, colleagues. I basically invited the president and CEO, Shannon James of Aerotropolis Atlanta, to give us an update on the things that they're doing. And hopefully we'll be able to bring him back on a regular basis and keep us in, so he can keep us in the loop and updated on all the great things Aerotropolis Atlanta. Mr. James.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Commissioner Arrington, for your leadership, your friendship, and your brotherhood, and this opportunity to present before the commissioners, the staff of the county, and also Mr. Chairman Pitts, who also serves on our board. And so today, I am excited to present an update on the Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance. To Commissioner Arrington's point, I am the CEO and president, and I've been fortunate to lead the organization now for about 3 years. And so this evening, I'm going to talk about really our efforts that are happening around Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport that are mainly consisted within South Fulton and Clayton County. And our idea and our strategy is focused around regional economic competitiveness. Next slide, please. And Brett Lacey, great presentation, by the way. Our work is really focused around our blueprint efforts. This effort was done roughly 6, almost 7 years now, actually, where we really focused and brought in key stakeholders within the region to think about this regional idea of leveraging our greatest anchor and really coming together in a collaborative spirit around economic competitiveness and this idea of standing up an organization to push forward. Next slide, please. We were founded in 2014, so we're roughly 7 years old. We're a public-private partnership, and our focus is really to drive, again, regional economic competitiveness. Our board has actually grown since this slide here. Now in 2021, we have 41 board members, and our idea is to really create and drive and improve and sustain the quality of life for this area that we're serving, South Fulton and Clayton County. Next slide, please. Here's a good look at our board members now, large and healthy list. As I mentioned, Chairman Pitts serves on our board, and every single mayor, I think, should be duly noted in South Fulton is on our board, which we're extremely honored to have them serve with their guidance and leadership to work collaboratively across jurisdictional boundaries. And also you can tell we've got the Development Authority is also participating. Samir has been excellent within our Economic Development Collective, and you can see a host of South Fulton entities as well as Hartsfield-Jackson. Next slide, please. Here's our staff, our small but mighty, mighty staff. Myself and as well our Senior Project Manager, Robert Herrick. Robert comes to us with several years of planning experience from the Atlanta Regional Commission. He's a pretty good thought leader. I consider him a co-anchor in this strategy here. So we're honored to have Robert along with this ride. Next slide, please. Here's a good idea of our organizational structure. So from our executive committee, who really kind of leads and drives the day-to-day and the strategic nuance of the organization. Of course, our nominating and governance committee is kind of driven from that space. Of course, our board of directors, we actually have a new chair now since this presentation. Lynn Scroggins is our new chair from Wellstar. I am serving as staff, and we've got, as well as Robert, and we've got 2 collectives that we're really driving within our initiatives. I am fortunate to chair our Economic Development Collective, which really house all of your economic development directors in South Fulton and Clayton County, as well as several economic development agencies, the Metro Atlanta Chamber, Invest Atlanta, Georgia Power, and of course the Economic Development Authority here with Fulton County. Over is our workforce development efforts. John Helton, you guys just heard from Brett Lacey. We've been very intentional around this partnership, around regional idea of convening experts in this space to really drive an initiative collectively forward. We have new subcommittees that we've created and we're super excited about. Our post-secondary partnership, which is led by Dr. Seals, I'm sure everyone's familiar with, and Dr. Turner, who is the executive director for the continuing ed at Clayton State University. And so what we've done is we've really leveraged our intellectual capital in the area, including the AU Center and Atlanta Metro, to really work together collaboratively and think about how do we respond to real-time workforce needs within the area, leveraging our institutions. We're also working very closely with Clayton County and Fulton County Schools. Dr. Jima Whitaker with Fulton County Schools is representing extremely strong in this group. And the idea is to really continue to connect the CTAE space around the work we're doing in the post-secondary as we continue to learn about the workforce demands and need in the marketplace, specifically within our target industries. And I'll talk about that more later. Next slide, please. Here's a good look, aerial view of the region. I know people ask, okay, where is the Aerotropolis? How do you kind of define the Aerotropolis? And so this is from our original blueprint, which is really somewhat of a 10-mile drive radius of Hartsfield-Jackson. So we currently have 14 jurisdictions in 2 counties working with us on this initiative. Next slide, please. The target industries that I mentioned earlier, we're talking about really within most airports have a high concentration within aerospace, even bio, life science, and logistics. And so what's unique about our area is food and agribusiness and multimedia production. And so this information was really pulled from our blueprint efforts when we did a huge market analysis to deep dive around what are the concentrated industries that are in our area. Next slide, please. What we do. So as I mentioned earlier, within our collectives, economic workforce, regional planning is the space where you're going to hear about a lot of our efforts that we're working with a lot of our public partners to help drive a multi-jurisdictional vision of partnership. Next slide, please. Here's a good look at a lot of our economic efforts. We've really done a good job of working collaboratively and meeting literally on a monthly basis with all of the EDs and professionals within the region. And so we've coordinated an idea of really working at a state level. So on regional projects, if there's an opportunity where, there's a space to bring an opportunity in our area and, they're wanting to work with the Alliance, then of course we're working directly with the Alliance unless they're interested specifically in College Park or East Point or Hateville or Palmetto, right? They can work with the Alliance, and we've come to this agreement to work collaboratively on those efforts. We're traveling across domestically here and promoting the airport area with our partners at Hartsfield. We're hosting familiarization tours with investors and developers around assets that we can activate and elevate within the region. And we're hosting events. I'm sure most are familiar with Biz Now, in which we're promoting our region. Next slide, please. We're also really taking an outside creative approach towards targeting and promoting our area. And so our Aerotropolis concept is really driven from the East. And so the Aerotropolis is a heavy presence within China and especially within Paris and other areas. And so what we've done is really shared best practices and really created alliances with other organizations that are doing it really well with airports within their backyard. And so we've created MOUs with Hubstart Paris near Charles de Gaulle. We've also created MOUs with Beijing New Aerotropolis, which is a newly created aerotropolis near the Beijing Daxing International Airport, and the Shanghai Hongkou Central Business District in Shanghai. And so we're really having these conversations around, you know, how they're doing things well and what's working, what's not working. And then also, how do we promote our areas, right? What opportunities that we have that may be attractive and vice versa. Next slide, please. Here's some pictures from recent events that we've hosted with some of our international partners, MOU signings that we've celebrated in partnership with sister airport agreements and airport area agreements, which allow us to really intentionally deep dive within our partnerships. We also hosted Sustainable Airport Areas International Seminar, which is an event that is hosted all over the world annually, which we allow, you know, developers and investors and thought leaders from all over the world to really understand what's happening and opportunities within our area of the airport. Next slide, please. Workforce development. So you just heard from Brett Lacey, who is a co-chair with our workforce development efforts. And so we are really excited about upcoming events that we're working and we're planning towards. As Brett mentioned earlier, we're hosting an Aero ATL virtual career fair on Thursday, March the 25th. And this is in partnership with MAOP and Goodwill of North Georgia. We were fortunate to host our first kickoff regional virtual career fair in September of last year. And we had about 2,600 jobs. We had roughly 42 corporations and just north of 1,200 job seekers. And so it was really active, tons of volume, tons of engagement. And we really got a great response from our corporate partners. So we're excited about, you know, now hosting the second event and keeping that momentum going forward for resources towards our region. Next slide, please. Here's kind of an overview of the work and the efforts we've been doing in this space within the collective. You know, what we've done is really focused around partnership and training. And so we've partnered with construction through the Construction Ready program at CEFCA around targeted training in the area. And so we've been able to train just north of 151 area residents through CEFCA. We've also partnered with Generation, which was a hospitality training effort within the area. And we were fortunate to train just north of 113 individuals. And so, you know, the placement rates are very strong through Construction Ready, and hospitality was gaining momentum just up until COVID-19. We were getting ready to host a March cohort with Generation, and COVID-19 hit. So we're really excited about reigniting this effort in the hospitality space, but we've now pivoted and we've positioned a partnership with Strive Atlanta. I think most are familiar with Strive, in which we're looking to host a logistics training here starting April 19th. And so we're looking forward to this first logistic cohort within our area. Next slide, please. Here's a few pictures of some of our graduations, whether it's CEFCA or Generation. We've been really excited about just the momentum of providing additional resources to the community here to help driving additional outcomes. Next slide. We're also really intentional around our partnerships with the schools. I know I mentioned earlier, we're really working with Clayton County and South Fulton County schools around career pathways and really building talent pipelines. We were fortunate to host our first ever career expo. We brought roughly 420 juniors and seniors from Fulton County schools and Clayton County to the GICC and hosted a career expo. We had about just north of 50 corporations, and we focused on the 5 industries in which our organization is really concentrated on. And we connected youth science through the effort through a Hoover app, which allowed the event to be extremely intentional and impactful. And so we were fortunate to have Chick-fil-A sponsor lunch. It was just a really exciting event. And so we're looking to advance these efforts towards an experiential learning program in partnership with Georgia Power. You know, COVID hit, which slowed our momentum there. but we're looking to really bring that back here once things get somewhat back to normal. Next slide, please. Here's a look at some of the partners that are working with us on the post-secondary partnership, which is Atlanta Tech, Atlanta Metro, Clayton State, and the AU Center. And so the idea really for this group, and we're really excited, we just finished one of our problem statements that we're looking to engage research through CREST at Clayton State University to try and understand some of the workforce challenges that our local corporate partners are having. And how do we take that information and really deep dive to create an analysis and a response from leveraging this intellectual capital. And so we're really excited about, the research efforts that will begin here shortly to hopefully help us create a strategy to respond to the market real time. Next slide, please. So some of those regional planning efforts, and I'll speak about those here shortly. Next slide. Our Aero ATL Greenway plan. We're really excited about this project, which was really birthed from our blueprint efforts, which is an ambitious bike walk trail that really focuses on the immediate airport area and stretches out within various communities to connect to those commercial nodes, right? So to try and breed for more connectivity. And so we were fortunate to kick off really a feasibility study. Next slide, please. We were able to kick off a feasibility study with our Greenway plan, in which we're hopeful that the 7 model miles that we just finished will now move to the next stage of now understanding construction to vertical, right? And so we're having conversations with the Path Foundation, and we're really excited about the momentum we're building with several cities in South Fulton and Clayton County. Our next effort was really generated around land use. We were fortunate to bring roughly 14 jurisdictions together. In 2019, we finished the report in 2020 around understanding the land use within our region, honestly. And so this is a good look at how the land use looks now within our area. And so the idea was to bring all of these jurisdictions together collectively and talk about, what's happening within, key corridors and areas that are presenting both opportunities and potential challenges to really try to have this regional conversation around how do we move forward by leveraging this information towards the next step. And so we're excited about that study being finalized, and we've actually finished a report and which included a summit, which we brought in experts to really talk about this idea of a regional conversation and land use. Next slide, please. Here's a few pictures of some of the people I'm sure you may know that really played an instrumental role in moving this effort and initiative forward. Next slide, please. And the last but not least, we're really excited about advancing to the next stage of our efforts, right? We're roughly 7 years old. Our blueprint was done in 2016. Here we are, 2021. And so it's really, after we kind of look back at the matrix, we've checked a lot of boxes. And so how do we now elevate towards the next stage of, planning and coordination and collaboration within our region? We were fortunate to receive $150,000 from the Atlanta Regional Commission to advance this Blueprint 2.0 study, and we are actively seeking additional funding. And so next slide, please. Thank you, Fulton County Board of Commissioners, for this opportunity to at least give an overview of what we're doing, who we are, and what we're doing today. And thank you again, Commissioner Arrington. I'll yield my time.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Arrington, commissioners, anything? All right.
Thank you, Mr. James. Certainly, if anyone has any questions, I'm sure he'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On page 11, 21-0226, discussion, Invest Atlanta, January 21st, 2021 board meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, this is the summary of the actions taken at the January 21st meeting. If anybody wants to look at that and wants any more information about any of those items, I'd be delighted to get it for for them.
21-0227, discussion, Atlanta Beltline, March 10th, 2021 CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And again, on the Beltline issue, this is the CEO's report that we provide whenever there's been an executive committee meeting or a board meeting. That board only meets quarterly, of course. At any rate, I've also included the Beltline's annual report, which is very informative. And the big news this week with respect to the Beltline is the Atlanta City Council passed the SSD, which creates an area to provide an estimated $300 million available to fund the design and completion of the rest of the trail, Beltline Trail. It's going to be, I think, 2 mils additional tax in that SSD on everything, but basically, but single family homes. So that's been in the works for quite a while, and the Atlanta City Council passed that at its meeting this week. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Back on page 4 on the consent agenda, item to be removed for separate consideration as requested by Vice Chair Hall. 21-0192, finance, ratification of the February 2021 grants activity report.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, thank you. I just noticed that it was a brand new program that we're applying for grant funding for. And I just wanted to ask that when you receive this money, and I'm saying when you receive it because I'm hopeful that you will come back and give us an update on this new program because it sounds so outstanding. Is it called The Spot?
Yes, Commissioner. And we hope that we'll be able to receive the award. It is for $4.8 million. And it's a 5-year grant award in the event that we're fortunate to receive it. And I believe Latrina is there, but just to provide brief information on this, supposed to, we'll use the funds to establish a drop-in facility that we can use to provide services for at-risk youth and families. And our hope is to serve over 4,000 clients during that period of time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we ratify this report.
Second.
Second.
All right, cast your votes, please. Houseman?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Creighton?
Yes.
Abdul-Rahman?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Item added to today's recess meeting agenda, 21-0229, sponsored by Commissioner Morris. Request approval of resolution supplementing the Board of Commissioners December 17, 2008 resolution consenting to the inclusion of certain Fulton County taxes in the computation of the tax allocation increment for the City of Atlanta Tax Allocation District Number 1, West Side.
I'll move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any questions? If not, let's vote, please. Houseman?
Yes.
Ellis? Morris?
Yeah. Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Creighton? Abdul-Rahman?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Anything else? No further items to come before us today. Thank you for your patience and attendance and civility today. With
Move
that,
we adjourn.
we stand adjourned. Thank you very much.
Wait.
Is that all?
Yeah.
You sure?